No. Jen and Sam.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And Ms. Newsom, will you call the roll?
Councilmember Zwick is absent at the moment. Councilmember Parra.
Here.
Councilmember Brock.
Here.
Councilmember Terosis, absent at the moment. Councilmember De La Torre.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete.
Here.
Mayor Davis.
Here. Thank you. We have a quorum and we can proceed with the meeting. Before we do that, I do want to remind everyone that we would like for you to turn your phones off or put them on vibrate so they don't disrupt the meeting. And also, just as a matter of agenda management, I want to make everyone aware that item 5A, which is on our consent calendar, has been removed at the request of staff. So we will not be hearing 5A this evening. At that point, we will move on to item number 1, Ms. Newsom.
Public input. Public comment is permitted only on items not on the agenda that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city. State law prohibits the city council from taking any action on items not listed on the agenda, including issues raised under this agenda item. And I believe we have about 12 speakers. Oops, nope, 17.
Yeah, it looks like I've got up to 19.
That's correct.
All right. For those of you who have not been here before, or even if you have, I will simply remind you that I will call several names, and we would ask you to line up over at the wall to your left so we can move quickly from one speaker to the next. Our first few speakers will be Rabbi Neil Comas Daniels, Michael Pitkin, Brian Bishop, and Reverend Nate Rue. All right, I don't see the rabbi, so if he shows up, we'll put him later in the rotation. Mr. Pitkin.
Michael Joseph Pitkin, as a citizen of the United States of America in the state of California, in the county of Los Angeles, and in the city of Santa Monica, every one of my representatives works for me. I do not work for my representatives. All representatives are bound by the reasonableness test and judicial strict scrutiny test. The City of Santa Monica grant funding, SMPP, only allows the people concerned the following priorities. 1, increase homelessness prevention interventions and strategies. 2, promote policies that expand harm reduction programming, resources, education, and practice. 3, strengthen services and housing options for high acuity populations. 4, expand access to and availability of permanent supportive housing. SMPP does not allow for a 6-month or 1-year non-medical case management program for individuals experiencing gaps and barriers. SMPP does not allow for communications with law enforcement on percentage of availability of shelter beds and affordable housing for the unhoused before arrest. SMPP is not compliant with LASA nor Martin versus Boise mandates. Referrals that go nowhere is unreasonable. There is no care plan follow-through. SMPP is not reasonable. The $6+ billion Proposition 1 that's coming, labeling every unhoused with behavioral health, criminal, or drug addiction before any assistance is unreasonable. I ask this body to create more SMPP programs for unhoused individuals who are outside of these demographics.
Thank you, sir. Brian Bishop?
Hello, everybody. My name is Brian Bishop. I live at 1421 Washington Avenue, directly across the street from Lincoln Middle School. And I'm here to discuss the overuse of the soccer field, the noise that comes from 5 to 6, 6 to 7, 7 to 8, 8 to 9 is acceptable because I get it, it's kids. You guys aren't going to shut it down. But the screaming adults from 9 to 10 is ridiculous. I mean, I come home, I'm trying to have a relaxed full day after my job, and it's ridiculous. I just can't. I mean, I understand that, like, you guys have to provide this for the city, but the noise level is just insane. It's constant parking. I've been screamed at numerous times by people because I asked them to move their car because they don't have a permit to park on the north side of Washington Avenue. They've told me to call the cops. They've cussed me. Nobody comes, and the parking meters never come around and give tickets. If you would just do that, you'd make a ton of money for the city because every day there's cars parked there where they're not supposed to be after 6 o'clock. I'm just really frustrated. I have to wear headphones at night in my house because I live right across the street to enjoy a relaxful evening at home. If we could maybe discuss closing it down a little early, that'd be great. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bishop. Reverend Nate Rugh, R-U-G-H. All right, I'm going to call a few more names then. Matthew Hom, Gretchen Haight, Gil Lieb, and Dun May. All right, Miss May, since no one else seems to be coming up, if you'll just hold tight for a minute, let me call a few more names to get some folks lined up behind you. Liliana Hernandez, Burr Leonard, Jerry Rubin, and Rhea DeVlut. All right, Miss May, go right ahead.
Good evening. Good to see your shining faces again. I'm here because I'm concerned about the opt-out option that the city was considering, which I hope will be modified for the issue concerning the AMI water meters. There is a law in California, of course, that allows for opting out, and the other utilities, gas and electric utilities, have allowed complete opt-outs. So what I'm concerned about is that my understanding is that the city was considering, again, I hope this will be modified, putting in a meter that is AMI compliant, meaning that in the future it could be changed into a wireless device by adding an attachment. Those of us who want to opt out should be able to completely opt out, to have a real opt out. So that's very important to some of us. Many scientists have indicated that all this radiation we're getting, the kiosks along the promenade and everywhere from our cell phones and so on, can all add up to affecting our health in a negative way, especially for some people who might have some autoimmune issues. So this is very important that we are allowed to really opt out and have our analog meters left in place unless there is a reason for replacing the analog meter. So I just want to kind of pivot a little bit to the fact that some meters should be replaced with analog meters for those who want to opt out because of the
Thank you,
FICA
Ms.
street.
May. Your time's up. Thank you. Liliana Hernandez. All right. Burr Leonard.
In 2015, you passed a reasonable noise ordinance. Freedom of speech, yes. Freedom of loudness, no, peace activist Jerry Rubin said at the time. But 2 years later, you amended that ordinance to allow people to make upsettingly loud noise directly in front of residents' front doors bordering commercial areas. Why did you do that? Councilmember Pam O'Connor explained in 2016. She said, "This council, frankly, has an ongoing commitment to do what here Local 11 says to do. This is what this is all about." Please help me understand why you have an ongoing commitment to do what here Local 11 says to do, and you do not have an ongoing commitment to do what we say to do. We, the residents of Santa Monica, the people who pay your salaries, the people who vote for you, the people who are outraged and who are not going to stop being outraged if and when this strike ends. You are elected to serve us, and you are serving Unite here. That is wrong. I emailed you on November 29th about the daily excessive noise outside my windows, and only one of you got back to me. The rest of you have my email. So please explain to me why you are so scared of or under the thumb of Unite Here and its politically motivated demands. Why have you let this go on for so long? And how is your refusal to restrict this excessive noise helping the city of Santa Monica? We have a right to know. I look forward to your emails.
Thank you. Jerry Rubin.
Thank you so much, Mayor Davis, for all your service. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Negretti, honorable council members, honorable city manager, city attorney, city clerk, and our retiring city clerk, Ms. Anderson, honorable police, and honorable Santa Monica friends. I just want to say, with apologies to my hometown of Philadelphia, I think Santa Monica is the greatest city in the country. I'm serious. We should understand everything that we have here going for us in every way. I don't have to run down the list. I want to wish you all a truly happy holiday season. I'm not that religious, but Christmas, Hanukkah, Kwanzaa. We're going to have one more meeting, but I just wanted to say I hope 2024 is the best year for all of you and your loved ones. And we can make it by working together. We can truly do that. Thank you so much. I just had my 80th birthday, and I'm moving onward. I feel great. And thank you all so much. I love Santa Monica.
And happy birthday, Mr. Rubin, and thank you. Red Devolut. And before you begin speaking, I'm going to call a few more names. Anthony, Jonathan Foster, and John Medlin. Go right ahead.
Good evening, City Council members and Mayor Davis, Mayor Brock. I'm not sure when you get sworn in. But urban terrorism has taken over Santa Monica. It's ruined our peace for over 140 days. We've been under attack from Local 11, and in fact, the man who's threatened me with gang violence, who is the captain, the strike captain, is in this building right now. I don't really feel safe because he can bust in here at any moment. Local 11 has taken over the city with the enabling of the city council. You guys have done nothing to address this. We've been coming here over and over for the past 2 months, and as much as I like a lot of you people, it's just become such a tedious task. We're just asking that you fix the noise ordinance, to have these excessive noises start at 8 a.m., and they shouldn't even be as high as 130 decibels. The Wiley Institute came back this morning to my apartment because we heard the bullhorn and the drums going for a half hour, and it's 85 decibels over. So what are you achieving when you go 85 decibels over a normal decibel level in the morning? Who is that really for? So with Mr. Brock being mayor eventually, I really hope that you can, number one, get rid of this city manager because he's done absolutely nothing. And whatever it takes to recall Jesse Zwick, who just sits there staring down at his phone. You don't even look at us in our faces. You do not reply to emails either. So after today, everything here, it's from 80-something residents in Santa Monica that are ready to file a class action suit against the city council. Originally, we were instructed to file a lawsuit against Local 11. What does that do? You guys are the ones that set these ordinances. You put these rules in check. So I'd like this to be taken seriously and on the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Anthony? And Anthony, before you speak, okay, sorry, I got distracted. There were people coming in. So go ahead. I'm sorry. We have people lined up behind you.
Okay. Good evening, City Council. I'm here again to address the hotel strikers who are still being a nuisance to the residents in the area. I was told that they were supposed to stay on Ocean, and yet they start on 2nd in California with bullhorns and drums and slowly walk up to Ocean being as loud as possible. And from what I hear, they're getting ready to rev it up for the holidays, and of course, the residents will have to pay the price again. It's ridiculous that you would allow Local 11 to run right over you again because you are afraid of them. Funny. And yet we, the residents, pay one of the highest taxes in the state. And for what? To take a look at what this city has become. Walk anywhere down these streets, it smells like shit and piss. Empty buildings, businesses leaving, and REI to be the latest to pack it up and leave. And yet your whole campaign is based on you're going to be here for the city and the residents to make it better. Frankly, I see the opposite. With the likes of people like Jesse Swick that sit up there, who, by the way, has no ties to Santa Monica, therefore can care less about the city. How did they even get on the council? Oh, that's right, Local 11 got him in. You know that saying, follow the money. He wants to cut the police force by 25% more. Perfect. More crime, destruction, and chaos. Just destroy the city entirely. More businesses will leave, and then Jesse Swick developer buddies can come in and buy it all out. Bravo, well done. And yet we sit here and pay these outrageous taxes, and for what? Our money is not going into anything for this city. It's a joke. How can a place like Newport Beach, who's just down the road, have a sufficient amount of lower taxes, but such have a beautiful city? Simply, they stand up for the residents, and they don't put up with the crime or homelessness problem. Why is that? Because they care about their city. Obviously not here. You should take a page out of their book. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Jonathan Foster?
Hi, Jonathan Foster. It's amazing how fast the 2 minutes goes. You know, you said one nation under God. You know that's a lie? One nation under God? I mean, as soon as you put God into this thing, everybody gets, oh, no, it's not your God, it's not my God. Separation of church and state. So I'm going to speak about some godly stuff, not Isaac, not Ishmael, Isaac, Ishmael, Isaac. Isaac, oh my God, no, Jesus is the king. Not Isaac or Ishmael does not own the land. Jesus Christ owns the land. Hagar and Ishmael were taunting Sarah and Isaac. And the Gaza issue now is the current state of this argument about who is the king. And only Jesus is the king. In Genesis, in beginning, in the pictures of the alphabet with the Jewish alphabet, says, I, Father God, will dwell in the tent of my son, and I will kill him on the cross. Do you know that I, Jonathan, didn't do that? When I said in 29 AD, when the red thread turns red, it doesn't turn white anymore. Do you know I, Jonathan, did not do that? I did not, Jonathan. I didn't scatter the Jews. I didn't tear the temple down. I didn't do any of this stuff. I just talk about it. And they call me anti-Semitic because of this. I had one Sunday and one on Monday ask me if I was Jewish. I didn't say a word back because after 23 years of being asked, and I said no, they walk away from me. I don't mean a damn thing when I am not Jewish all of a sudden. And I still love them. Some guy got hit with a belt buckle in Beverly Hills, and what they should do with this guy is take him to the back of the police station and fucking shoot him. I don't care. This guy, anybody hurting Jewish people, should be shot.
Okay, Mr. Foster, your time is up. Mr. Medlin, and before you begin, Ms. Newsom, I have another listing for Anthony. I'm assuming that's the same person, so I should just slip up.
I'm assuming it's a duplication.
All right, so you only get one shot, one bite of this apple. So we're going to slip over that. After Mr. Medlin, we'll hear from Sarah Lee, Lemontine, Leather Daddy, and Zoe Mountaineer. And then we'll go back and catch the people who did not appear when we called their names the first time. Go ahead, Mr. Medlin.
Good evening, Madam Mayor. Thank you for your service as the mayor and also the years you've been on City Council. City Council Member Brock, congratulations. Good luck next year. And thank you to the city manager and the city attorney and the city clerk. What is the first requirement, the first order of any and all government? How many times have I asked that? What's the answer? Public safety, public safety, public safety. How do you build trust? You'll build trust through truth, transparency, and timeliness. We have 19 days remaining this calendar year. So how about if we could have a timely report of the Santa Monica Police Department crimes by the 19th of February, which is 50 days. 50 days from the end of the year, we get the report with the normal method by which the California Department of Justice reports, and also by the FBI. Not the way they did it last time, which I understand was on your instruction for that weird system you did. Again, let's do it the way it's been done for decades. Let's see the Santa Monica Police report no later than Monday, the 19th of February. It's 50 days after the end of the calendar year. The other thing, why do we not have district elections? Why do we not have district elections? Why do we not have district elections? You guys have been in business for a while. Some of you have been in the political business for a long period of time. What are you afraid of? Why are you afraid of having simply small district elections? Please do that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Sarah Lee?
All right. So I just want to let you know that today, as we all know, it gets dark very quickly. Everything takes 2 to 4 times as long as it used to in Santa Monica. So to come here twice a month after work, right, it's not practical, okay? It's really wearing us out. So the same group of residents, we come down here, and we've added 1 or 2 others, but the voice is for hundreds, right? We've said that over and over again. But it is true. But the thing is that a lot of people just follow in society. Some people speak up. The reason I'm speaking up and we're speaking up is because we're trying to make the future better. We've suffered and endured so much from Local 11's pain. They have pain. They want a raise. So we feel for them. We feel for Local 11. But the thing is, we can't help them. So all they're doing is draining us and making us resentful. But we fight that, and we put logic in the forefront and say, no, they deserve a living wage. I do too, but I'm not getting a raise anytime soon. It doesn't work like that for me. So I don't know what's going to happen, but I'm here committed to coming here, and I'd really like to stop, even though I like you guys, especially Phil and Lana, Carolyn. I'll go on. And I like Mr. Sloan too, when he looks over. Anyway, so I would love it if you could pass an ordinance to protect us so this doesn't happen in the future, because they might want another living wage, and then we're back at it. And I'm not a spring chicken, but I'm not getting younger. So I'm not going to be able to do this at 60 or 70. You know what I mean? So can we please do that? And usually I read a definition, so I'm just going to say, why are laws made? Laws are made to protect the general safety and ensure our rights as citizens against abuse.
Thank you, ma'am. Lemontine? All right. Leather Daddy? Zoe Mountaineer?
Leather Daddy, okay.
I can't help what people write on the machine.
I have to go after that. I mean, good evening, City Council, and happy holidays. I went to St. Monica's this morning, and I didn't see any of you for the celebration of Our Lady of Guadalupe with mariachi. So I'm still with the high of the mariachi music, but I come to report really sad news. On November 29 of 2023, 2 weeks ago, I was assaulted by my former landlord. I went to my apartment with an order of the court to pick up some winter clothing because I was going to Maryland and for a clinical study for a condition that I was diagnosed earlier this year. I am disabled, and I called the police, and the police came and didn't make an arrest. I'm going to repeat that. The police came and didn't make an arrest after I was assaulted. This is not the first time it happened. It happened in 2012 when I was living at 500 California Avenue. At that time, I was assaulted so bad that I ended up in the hospital. There was no assault. However, when a black or brown person exert her rights, and let's not forget what happened to the lady that was living at the Pico neighborhood, and a neighbor called because she was entering her apartment, and 19 police officers showed up. So there's 4 Latinos in this council, and I'm counting you, Mayor Davis. There's a disparity on how the law is enforced in Santa Monica. I don't know if racism, I don't know what it is, but there's definitely a disparity. Today, I talked to 3 police officers. 2 weeks after, there's no arrest. But when a black or brown person tries to enter her apartment, there's policemen, there's citizens arrest, there's...
Thank you, Ms. Mountenier. All right, I'm going to go back, and since a lot of people have been entering the chambers, and see if some of the people we called earlier are now here. So I'm going to call again a few names and ask you to line up on the wall to your left. Rabbi Neil Comas Daniels, Reverend Nate Rue, Matthew Hom, and Gretchen Haight.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak about this. My name is Neil Comas Daniels. I am the Rabbi Emeritus of Beth Shir Shalom Synagogue at 19th and California. I'm also a board member of CLU, Clergy and Laity United for Economic Justice. I was one of several truth commissioners who gathered on November 16th to hear powerful testimony from Santa Monica hotel workers about the conditions they have faced during their strike. My colleagues on the panel included Mike Bonin, former Los Angeles City Council member, Delis Alejandro, pastoral associate of Santa Monica Catholic Church, Anjali Kronheim-Katz, organizer and director of Bend the Arc Jewish Action, Sam Cozzolino, vice chair of the Political Action Committee at the Santa Monica Democratic Club, Luis Castañon, Santa Monica Human Services Commissioner, Ana Grande, Executive Director of the Program for Torture Victims, Sister Judy Vaughn, Executive Director and founder of the Alexandria House, Vivian Rothstein, CLU Santa Monica member and board member, Saba Wahid, the Director of the UCLA Labor Center. The night was memorable. There were nearly 200 people gathered to hear the words of these hotel workers. The testimonies they shared revolved primarily around the violence they have experienced on the picket line, company retaliation against workers in leadership roles within the union, and exploitation of migrant labor at struck hotels. The Truth Commission also received compelling recommendations from Saba Wahid, the director of the UCLA Labor Center, reminding us of the laws that have already been passed in Santa Monica over the years that create a powerful network of protection for working people in our city and help us build the beloved community together. The Commission was deeply affected by these findings, and after deep consideration, we ask the following. Investigate allegations of physical violence against striking hotel workers on August 5th and other incidents.
Thank you, Rabbi. Your time is up.
We also have this letter that we would like to give to you.
You can certainly hand it to the clerk, and it will be distributed to the entire council. Thank you. Reverend Nate Rue.
Good evening. I'm Matthew Hom, and I'd like to actually use my time to Reverend Neil.
We don't allow that on generalized public comment. I'm sorry. But perhaps you can continue his comments when it's your turn. Yes, I did, Reverend. Reverend, good evening.
Everyone. My name is the Reverend Nate Rue. I am the rector of St. Augustine by the Sea Episcopal Church and a Santa Monica resident. Our congregation is...
Sorry, your mic wasn't,
Did you all hear me?
now we're all pushing the
Good.
mic button. It's
Excellent.
going on and on.
Our congregation was privileged to host the Santa Monica Truth Commission on November 16th. And I just wanted to share how alarmed I was and saddened I was to hear about the violence, the mistreatment of our neighbors, our hotel workers and migrants that they have experienced in our community. As a pastor and as a man of faith, I believe that all human beings have inherent dignity because we all bear God's image. It is morally unacceptable for these hotels to treat our neighbors in the ways that they have. The Santa Monica hotel workers are a vibrant part of who we are as a city. But I was encouraged by the number of people who were there, the community's support that was shown. The room was packed, and folks were listening to these workers' testimonies. We are now sharing the Truth Commission's findings with people in the city and have been receiving many signatures endorsing their findings. And we'll continue to circulate the findings from the report. And I invite all of you as city leaders to sign and endorse the report as well. And finally, we just look forward to returning to the City Council in January and hope to hear about the city's leadership progress on this important issue. Thank you all.
Thank you. Matthew Hom.
Good evening, Mayor Davis and honorable members of the City Council. I'm Matthew Hom, and I'm the faith-rooted organizer in Los Angeles and Santa Monica at CLU, and I'm honored to finish the statement that Rabbi Neal was giving. So the commission was deeply affected during the Truth Commission event last month, was deeply affected by these findings, and after deep consideration and careful deliberation, we recommend the City of Santa Monica take the following steps. Number one, investigate allegations of physical violence against striking hotel workers on August 5th and in other incidents. Number two, demand an end to retaliation against striking workers. Number three, investigate whether these migrants brought in as replacement workers during strikes at Le Meridien Delfina have received the applicable minimum wages for the city's local ordinance, and whether they have been provided personal security devices and proper training on the use of such devices, in addition to training on other rights intended to protect workers from threatening conduct as required by the Hotel Worker Protection Ordinance. Also, examples brought forth by the workers highlight a fundamental problem of labor enforcement in the hospitality industry. How workers or enforcement agencies can regulate the many shadowy staffing agencies that pay the checks of employees, a problem that persists even at wealthy large corporations and with human resources departments. To this end, we also urge the city to gather information about each staffing agency utilized by the hotels named in this letter that was delivered by Rabbi Neal, and to collect basic information about each company, the firms with which they work, and the employees employed by each firm. We are grateful that the city started the investigation into these findings and hope the investigation will conclude quickly for the good of our city and community. And finally, we prayerfully submit to you now, Rabbi Neal has just done, as part of public comment, our Truth Commission findings and formal recommendations. We look forward to seeing the leadership of Santa Monica continue to defend workers and their contributions to our city.
Thank you. Gretchen Haight. All right, I'm going to call a few more names then. Gil Lieb, Liliana Hernandez, let's see, Lemontine, Leather Daddy. Okay, apparently not. We on the second round. So, ma'am, are you Liliana Hernandez? All right, please step up to the mic.
Thank you. Good evening, council members and mayor. My name is Liliana Hernandez. I'm a housekeeper for 11 years at Fairmont Santa Monica, Miramar. And I was one of the workers invited to testify at the Santa Monica Truth Commission, which was organized by CLU. I spoke about the violence I experienced from Fairmont Miramar Securities, which you have heard about there before. It was an incident that left me feeling helpless, and that is still traumatic for me at this time. Hotel workers, like myself, spoke about company retaliation that we have been experienced during the strike, including suspension and termination. We also heard from immigrant workers who were brought in to replace striking workers. We were grateful to the commissioners, the city mayor, and also the city manager, and others for attending and listening to our experiences. We are encouraged to the city to moving forward with this investigation into these issues and are hopefully that the commission's findings are acted on. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hernandez. Okay, I'm going to one last run through the list here. Levantine. Okay, Leather Daddy. All right, with that, I am going to close public comment on item 1. We will move on to agenda item 2, which is public input on special agenda items. Ms. Newsom, can you call it?
Yes, public input on agenda items under closed session, special agenda items, and consent calendar only. No public input is permitted on ordinances for second reading and adoption, and we have 9 speakers.
All right, you may have to help me here because I only have 5 on my list.
They're split up.
Okay, I see. They're split up. You guys would do that to me, wouldn't you? So in that case, when you do come, please make sure to identify yourself and let us know what item you're speaking on, because it looks like some people are speaking on the consent calendar, and we want to make sure we know where your testimony fits in the scheme of things. The first few speakers are Chris Gutierrez, Pam O'Connor, Lauren Salisbury.
Good evening, Mayor Glenn Davis, Mayor Pro Tem Negrete, council members, and soon to be Mayor Brock. I'm Chris Gutierrez here tonight to thank Denise Henderson Warren for her public service and Mayor Davis for hers as well. Ms. Anderson Warren has consistently been open, welcoming community involvement graciously. Mayor Glenn Davis, thank you. Thank you for your invaluable service. I have not always agreed with you, but I have always trusted you to do your best for our community, our city, and city staff. With your knowledge, equanimity, civility, preparation, and follow-through, you have led this council in determining policies and programs that uphold Santa Monica's values. Thank you for leading council to make sure our climate and sustainability commitments are priorities, including in our budget. For respecting the dignity and inclusion of our diverse and multicultural residents and community. For ensuring the council's unanimous support for public safety and dealing with crime holistically. For supporting more housing, definitely more affordable housing. For developing safe streets with multi-mobility infrastructure that extends millions of bike lanes, not millions, but miles of bike lanes, particularly protected bike lanes. For representing us with class beyond Santa Monica, and for so much more. Most profoundly, thank you for standing up for children and youth, for listening to them, taking their concerns and dreams seriously, and for mentoring them. I look forward to your continual good work as one of my council members to advance Santa Monica's future wisely and ethically. I see your integrity and kind responsiveness to be the model in Santa Monica and elsewhere.
Thank you, Ms. Gutierrez, and thank you for the kind words. Pam O'Connor.
Okay, good evening.
Former Mayor Pam O'Connor.
Yes, thank you. And soon-to-be former Mayor Davis, and I already told soon-to-be Mayor Brock that after the year flies by quickly, he'll be initiated into the former Mayor's Club. So, but the reason I'm here tonight is because I want to be part of the commendation of our fabulous city clerk, Denise Anderson Warren. So Denise started 29 years ago, actually was shortly after I joined the city council back in 1994. And as a city clerk, she's guided with a steady hand and a brilliant smile. From the days of hand collating council packets through fax machines, email, and electronic records, she's navigated the city's record-keeping and information needs as we transition into the digital age. And records and archives, they're really critically important for future generations to understand the past. I know this because my day job, I'm an architectural historian. I'm often doing research and looking at records, and those records, again, will be really important for future generations as they want to understand what happened in our time and they're living in the future. And she did this while also making sure that our election process was run fairly and smoothly. And of course, her patience, sitting there through hundreds of council meetings and always keeping a calm demeanor. So thanks to Denise for a job well done, for her service to the city and the people of Santa Monica, and I wish her well on her next chapter. And then, in closing, I want to say, looking back on my time on the city council, I think one of the best motions I made was to nominate Gleam Davis to be selected as a city council. So, and she has proved me right. I always like it when, hey, that was a good vote. You've served us well on the council and will continue to on the council, and you've served us well as mayor. And to incoming Mayor Phil Brock, I wish you well, and, know that you love the city and hope you will, you will do well in your service to the city. Thank you all.
Thank you, Ms. O'Connor. Ms. Salisbury, and before you begin, I'm going to call several more names. Denise Barton, Erica L., Jim Harris.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, and City staff. My name is Lauren Salisbury, and I'm here to speak to item 5F. I am a proud Santa Monica resident, and I'm also the Senior Director of Communications with Santa Monica Travel and Tourism. And this evening, I would like to express to you SMTT's support of increasing cultural experiences in our community, and specifically Cirque du Soleil's return next fall. While the efforts of city staff and the Cirque team to make this work for the majority involved thus far have been moving in a positive direction, we do encourage the council to ensure that the communications, both written and that you have and will hear later tonight from our esteemed colleagues at the Santa Monica Pier Corporation, Pacific Park, and the Santa Monica Pier Leasing Association, are thoroughly vetted and seriously considered for inclusion in the city's license agreements for this event. This will help us build a new baseline, and as we move forward in welcoming additional cultural opportunities and events to Santa Monica, it will benefit all in the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Barton.
Good evening. I prefer not to spend a lot of time on farewells to Gleam Davis, except to remind everyone about her recent power grab to change the way the mayor was chosen. Isn't it interesting that she wanted to change that portion of the city's charter, but refused to even consider looking at the rent control portion of the city's charter? Instead, I'd like to congratulate Phil Brock on becoming mayor. Finally, it may appear as though the residents have a chance to be really heard. I look forward to seeing how you make the city better in the area of safety and security for the residents and businesses, because if you can get a hold of crime, I'm sure the rest will be relatively easy to bring Santa Monica back to a tourist visitor and shopping destination. Included in that, I hope you can make the Los Angeles County Health Department to put their needle exchange program indoors instead of taking the parks away from the residents and children in the area. Oh, I'm sorry for going on. Habit, I guess. Once again, Phil Brock, I look forward to seeing your successes as mayor. Next, in the consent calendar, there are a couple of things that caught my eye. First, item 5P, the recognized obligation payment schedule. In the first chart, in Exhibit 1 of Attachment A, it would appear that the successor development agency is carrying almost $250 billion in debt in the total of outstanding debt and obligation. And if the Bank of America loan transitioned to an adjustable rate in July 2023, wouldn't that make the loan more expensive? And in money management, don't they say to pay off the loan with the highest interest rate, which can be seen in Attachment E? Also, don't most cities pay off bonds when they're due? And since most of the obligated debt was acquired before 2011, what does that say? And how much interest have you paid as a result of, and businesses passed on to the residents and businesses since then, in addition to half of the debt being rolled up?
Thank you, Ms. Barton. Oh, did you know that, Ms. Newsom? Oh. Oh, all right. I only have her on the list. Oh, I see. Okay, she's down at the, all right. Then you can have another 2 minutes, Ms. Barton. Sorry about that.
And if the Bank of America loan transitioned to an adjustable rate in July of 2023, wouldn't that make the loan more expensive? And in money management, don't they say to pay off the loan with the highest interest rate? But which can be seen in attachment E. Also, don't most cities pay off bonds when they're due? And since most of the obligated debt was acquired before 2011, what does that say? And how much interest have you passed on to the residents and businesses since that time? In addition to half of the debt being rolled over until 2042, to me that says you want to spend money but don't want to be responsible for paying it back. Next, in item 5.0, the annual report on low income asset fund. Here, if you look at attachment Roman number 4, attachment A, Roman number 4, description of expenditures from LMIHAF, under homeless prevention and rapid rehousing services, there is a total of 0. Now I'm confused. The city declares an emergency regarding homelessness within the city, but by this example, again, it would seem that getting them into housing and off the street is not your first priority. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barton. All right, Erica L. And before you begin, Erica L., Miss Leslie. Sorry about that, but you only put L down. I'm going to call a few more names. Zoe Mountaineer, Jim Harris, Jeff Locke.
So as we are changing of the guards, one thing that you could do is make this mic a little taller. I just simply came here to say thank you. Thank you, Gleam, for your service. Thank you, Denise, for your professionalism, for always having an open ear, for the love that you have acquired from our community. And I'm going to miss you. That's all I came to say. And of course, you know these are for you.
Thank you, Miss Leslie. All right, Ms. Mountaineer.
I echo her sentiment. I'm a full-time student at Santa Monica College since last week.
Can you let us know which item you're speaking on?
Oh,
just
I'm speaking
so
on
we know.
the 4 closed sessions.
Okay.
Item 4, conference labor negotiator.
Okay, and you want 2 minutes?
Yes,
2 minutes,
please.
okay, fine. Go ahead.
As you know, I started getting involved in city council, in civic life because of an incident that happened back in 2012. And I started navigating this, and I want to thank you because you helped me so much navigating the maze of government and local government. And even though I do not agree with everything that you have done, Mayor Davis, I do respect your service, and it's healthy to be disagreeable in a respectful way. So, but I want to bring to the attention, when you are negotiating with a negotiator for the labor, there are certain behaviors of public servants in the city that leave much to be desired and that exposes the city to litigation. I learned today that Denise McGranaham, someone who exposed the city to litigation by giving me a misguided guidance when she was a legal aid attorney, is now in the department to protect tenants. I was baffled that there are 2 attorneys that were from the Legal Aid Foundation of Santa Monica who vetted these people, because I've made reports to the city, I made reports to the California Bar Association. So the fact that now they have cushy jobs with pensions in the city, there has to be accountability with the employees of the city. And Brigitte Garay, that today at the Tenant and Landlords Forum, when she saw me after I left her a message after being assaulted, didn't have the grace to send me an email. How are you doing? Are you okay? Are you safe?
Thank you, Ms. Mountaineer. Mr. Harris.
Good evening, Mayor Davis, Mayor Pro Tem Negrete, incoming Mayor Brock, City Council members, City staff. I am Jim Harris, the Executive Director of the Santa Monica Pier Corporation, and I'm here on behalf of the Board of the Santa Monica Pier Corporation tonight to speak on Consent Item 5F, which is about the return of Cirque du Soleil. Last night, our board met in a special meeting and put together a statement, which I'm going to read to you tonight. The Santa Monica Pier Corporation supports the return of Cirque du Soleil to Beach Parking Lot 1 North as presented in the city staff report with the following requests for city staff to pay special attention to in the license agreement with Cirque du Soleil. Number 1, develop and execute a parking and traffic management plan that serves Cirque du Soleil visitors, non-Cirque du Soleil visitors, and employees of pier businesses, and takes into account the number of employees working on the pier, the hours of operation of all pier businesses, and the safe transportation of pier business employees to their vehicles after those business hours. Number 2, the parking and traffic management plan will be presented in draft form to the Santa Monica Pier Corporation Board of Directors in a public meeting prior to final city approval in order to receive input from the Pier Corporation, pier merchants, local stakeholders, and the public. Number 3, city staff will meet with the Pier Corporation Board of Directors in a public meeting shortly after the first week of Cirque du Soleil performances to receive feedback and input from the board, pier merchants, local stakeholders, and the public. Number 4, representatives from Santa Monica Pier Corporation staff and the Santa Monica Pier Lessees Association will be included in weekly operations meetings with city staff and representatives of Cirque du Soleil. Number 5, Cirque du Soleil will continue good faith negotiations with Pacific Park. And number 6, future event booking.
Yeah, your time is up, Mr. Harris, but if you want to finish your sentence, because you do.
Sure. Future bookings.
Oops, let me turn your mic on so everyone can hear.
Thank you so much. Future bookings in Beach Lot 1 North need to black out and avoid the winter holidays from Christmas Eve through New Year's Day, which is a crucial time for all businesses on the pier.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. Next, my list says Jeff Locke, and I think he's trying to go incognito.
Close enough.
Because it's Jeff Clockey. Mr. Clockey, go right ahead.
Good evening, Mayor Davis and council member and city staff. Appreciate all of your time and listening. My name is Jeff Clockey. I'm the general manager at Pacific Park on the pier. I'm here to speak about consent item number 5F, the possible return of Cirque. I'm disappointed that this item actually made it onto your agenda, given the negative impacts the event had on pier businesses in the past. To be clear, this is not about Cirque, the brand of the company. I'm a huge Cirque fan. I've seen every Cirque show in Vegas twice. I'd love for them to be in Santa Monica, set at the airport, 2030 lot, a lot of great places they can be. Unfortunately, a 4-month complete takeover of the pier's primary parking for guests is just not workable for our business. When we supported the long-term event policy in the 1550 lot, we were promised by staff that events would follow along the parameters outlined in the research the city did after the successful Ashes and Snow exhibit. That research was clear. It stated that these events were successful in the pier lot when, number 1, they're untimed, 2, they're short in duration, 3, they have a low ticket price, and 4, they have a small footprint. Cirque was actually used as the example of an event that would never come back to the pier because they didn't check a single box. We know from previous runs that runs at the pier, how much their takeover will impact our business negatively, and it's significant. For those reasons, I proactively reached out to Cirque with a bounce back Ferris wheel program that I think would benefit the pier after Cirque leaves, provide their guests with a reason to revisit Santa Monica, and produce some useful metrics for the city. At this point, Cirque has declined this bounce back proposal. I'm here to ask that you maybe consider another location for the pier, Cirque than the pier, or at a minimum, build into the licensing agreement the ability to make sure that the businesses are not harmed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Clockey. Don Camacho? And Ms. Newsom, as far as I can tell, while Mr. Camacho's coming up, that will conclude all the speakers on this item. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right.
Good evening, Council. Don Camacho. My family owns and operates Maria Sol Restaurant at the west end of the pier. Happy holidays. Nice to see you all. I won't repeat too much of what Mr. Clockey said, but I too would ask you to consider the impacts particularly to the west end of the pier, because our perspective is a little bit different. We've built, since COVID and the pandemic, we've kind of really built back step by step how to bring people back, how to maintain our staff, make sure business is thriving for them. I was at the first Cirque du Soleil back in 2004, I believe. It was fantastic. It still is fantastic. That was a much smaller operation than it is now. Clearly, global entertainment icon. They're tremendous. And the way I like to think of their business is, they create this amazing experience, and then they also create amazing concessions, the food offerings, merchandise, et cetera. And then, they try to get people in, and then off they go to probably home. That doesn't help us. And particularly this time of year where things like Dia de los Muertos, which happen, towards Halloween, we've really built a presence with that. When you have a build out that starts the beginning of October, things start to go a different direction. And so, spoken with my team members, our hourly employees of all levels, and said, what do you think? Get some input. And they're concerned. So anyway, as Mr. Clocky said, another location would be, we'd appreciate it. We are pro events in the city, great city, so I get that, but I just want.
Thank you, Mr. Camacho. And with that, I am going to close the public input on item number 2. All right, thank you. Now we go to our special agenda items.
Item 3A, Commendation, City Clerk Denise Anderson Ward.
All right, and as I understand it, we have a video to show to kick us off here?
Yes. Okay, Denise, one last video for you.
Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call to order the Tuesday evening, June 28th, 2011 meeting of the Santa Monica City Council, and I would like to ask that our new Assistant City Clerk, Denise Anderson Warren, lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Genzer, Mayor Pro Tem Shriver.
Wait, his answer.
Here.
Well, quicker, please.
Councilmember O'Connor is not present. Councilmember McKeown.
Here.
Councilmember Katz.
Here.
Councilmember Broom.
Here.
And Mayor Holbrook.
Present. We're going to get you a taller chair than you can see us.
I know, I was thinking that.
To a special proclamation here of Municipal Clerks Week. On behalf of the members of the City Council, do hereby recognize the week of May 1st through the 7th of 2016 City Clerks Week. Thank you.
Denise Anderson Warren is going to make the presentation for us.
Hi, Denise.
Hello. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I'm here to present the budget for the Records and Election Services Department. I, and then repeat your name.
I, Ted Winter,
Do solemnly swear or affirm.
do solemnly swear or affirm
That I will support the Constitution of the United States.
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
And the Constitution of the State of California.
and the Constitution of the State of California,
And that I will faithfully discharge the duties.
and that I will faithfully discharge the duties
Of a council member.
of a council member
According to the best of my ability.
according to the best of my abilities.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Councilmember Murrah.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete.
Yes.
Councilmember Brock. Councilmember De La Torre.
Yes.
Mayor Himmelman.
Yes. That passes unanimously here. There. And this meeting is adjourned. Our next meeting is August 5th at 6 p.m.
Good morning, everybody.
All right, I'm going to go down to the podium and we will get the festivities started. This is, of course, bittersweet. I've known Denise for, well, I don't think either one of us want to talk about how long. Yes, a long while, and we've been through quite a bit. But there is certainly no one who better exemplifies what a city clerk and elections officer should be. With everything happening in the world today, particularly around elections, it is just amazing to be able to say that elections in Santa Monica are run with absolute integrity. They are run very smoothly. And regardless of whether you're running for office, win, lose, or draw, you know that Denise ran the election right. So I am going to read the commendation to her with some sadness in my voice because, of course, we are sad to lose her, but excited for what awaits her after she retires. So whereas, after completing her education at the University of Redlands, Denise Anderson Warren started her career in the private sector with companies such as Continental Airlines, which further encouraged her desire to travel the world. And whereas Denise Anderson Warren transitioned to the public sector as an analyst for the California Office of Emergency Services. And whereas in 1994, Denise Anderson Warren continued her career in public service as a staff assistant 3 in the Office of the City Clerk, Department of Records and Election Services at the City of Santa Monica, promoting through the ranks of the department to Deputy City Clerk in 1998. Administrative Analyst in 2006, Records Election Services Administrator in 2011, Assistant Director, Assistant City Clerk in 2012, and finally to Director, City Clerk in 2016. And whereas Denise Anderson Warren earned her certification as a certified municipal clerk from the International Institute of Municipal Clerks in 2003. And whereas Denise Anderson Warren has contributed to the profession of city clerks, having served the City Clerks Association of California as Region 11 Director on the Executive Board, Awards and Recognition Director, on the Professional Development Committee, the annual CCAC Conference Planning Committee, and as a mentor for new clerks. And whereas since her appointment as city clerk, Denise Anderson Warren's career accomplishments include but are not limited to being named as one of the women who've shaped Santa Monica by the League of Women Voters in 2019, overseeing the Boards and Commission Community Working Group to overhaul the Boards and Commissions program, implementing U.S. passport acceptance services at City Hall, launching a civility campaign for public meetings, and providing fair and accessible elections for 18 general and 2 special city elections. Now, therefore, I, Gleam Davis, Mayor of the City of Santa Monica, sadly, on behalf of the City Council, do hereby take great pleasure in commending Denise Anderson Warren for 29 years of dedicated service and loyalty to the citizens of Santa Monica. And of course, we extend our very best wishes for a happy and rewarding retirement. We also have some other organizations that have weighed in. We have here recognition presented by the International Institute of Municipal Clerks, as well as a certificate of recognition from the City Clerks Association of California. And I believe Councilmember Terosis, if she would like to join me down here, has a commendation from the county as well.
Okay, so many of you might wonder, what am I doing here to present you with something? But I am here on behalf of LA County's Registrar Recorder County Clerk, Dean Logan, who's in our county family. In case you did not know, I'm also in the county family. So I'm here You too? Okay, yay. So I am here to present this certificate of recognition to Denise on her retirement in acknowledgement of all of the work that she's done. And I want to mention a few things. So first of all, of course, we recognize her for her dedication and service to the voters of Santa Monica. But I also want to acknowledge that she and her office were city clerks during a period of really great change for the way that we do elections in LA County. And not everyone might realize that. Not to mention that she was also the clerk during a global pandemic. But she has been a great partner in working with the county during our transition to vote centers. In case you don't know, you can now go vote in a vote center. You don't have to go to your polling place that's closest to your house. To all vote by mail as soon as COVID happened, and also to our ballot drop boxes. In case you didn't know, you can also drop your ballot off. That's all thanks to Denise and her partnership with the county. Santa Monica was also one of the first cities to agree to host one of the county's new ballot drop boxes in furtherance of fair and free elections and access to voting. So we want to thank you on behalf of the county for that. And Denise and her office have partnered with the county as we rolled out all of our new programs, like our mobile vote centers program. So thank you for being such an amazing partner, an innovative partner, for being at the forefront of our transition to the Voting Solutions for All People system, VSAP. And I also just want to say that Denise and her office are the conduit between the public and the elected. And although they're behind the scenes, none of this would happen if it weren't for Denise and her team. You are ensuring that we are promoting an open and fair democracy. Thank you for everything that you do. I'm so much going to miss you, and thank you for putting up with me. So on behalf of the county, here you go.
Thank you.
Of course.
Me?
Take it away.
Oh, okay. Well, I did have some words, but Pam covered most of it in terms of what my office has done. I just want to give quick shout outs to Beth Sanchez for hiring me. I didn't know what a city clerk's office even did, by the way. And when I came in 1994, it was Pam, Ruth Ebner, and there were 4 women, Asha, and who was the 4th one? And Judy Abdo. Those were the 4 women. And so I have to say to you guys that are up here now, it's nice to see it go full circle, because there was a dry spell for a long time where there was only one woman that said on there. So to the voters of Santa Monica, continue to be progressive. The other thing that wasn't mentioned in terms of elections, and I don't know, some of you, I know, Oscar, I know some of you are familiar. Santa Monica had a 2-day election. It was a Saturday, Sunday in 1999 to elect Richard Bloom. And I have to say, that was a very interesting thing, but so much so, you see, it has never been done again, right? We couldn't use churches. We couldn't use schools. I mean, we had to get really creative. There was really no Starbucks. And so we had, Albertson. I mean, we literally had to get creative. But Santa Monica being Santa Monica, there was a 28% turnout, which is much better than most standalone elections anywhere, right? So kudos to Santa Monica. The other thing we did was we were one of the first municipalities to have an all-male election. And this was a one-ballot issue. It was a landmark issue. And we did it. We did the standalone. And as a result of that, other cities, Burbank, other cities started doing it as well. So kudos to the council for making that as an option, because then it wasn't as expensive. It wasn't as time consuming. So the other thing is Maria Stewart. I have to give my shouts out to her. She was my clerk for 18 years. She taught me how to be patient, how to be fair, how to not take things personal, and to, when you sit here, remember, you're working in partnership with the mayor or the mayor pro tem to run this meeting for it to be efficient, effective. So, Gleam, you've done an excellent job. Councilmember, soon-to-be Mayor Brock, I hope that, I wish you all the best. I leave you in good hands with Nakeem over there. I leave all of you in good hands. I leave the city in good hands with my staff. I'd like to show a round of support for all of them that are here tonight. For my staff, please stand up. So I just want to say thank you to all of you. And I also want to acknowledge to my husband, Larry. My son, Darius, and my daughter, Anissa. Look, they put up with me being here until 4 o'clock in the morning on a Tuesday, on a Wednesday morning when I could have been at home or whatever. So they've been patient through all these years, and I really appreciate it. So thank you all for this. I appreciate it. And my last official day is not until the 27th, and I will be here.
All right. Well, I think we should all get together for a picture, but this is a wonderful tradition that was started relatively recently where we now have Anderson Warren Way. So Denise, please put that in your home somewhere in good health.
I'm going to go on my she shed.
All right. All right. So let's have a picture. And I think for this one, I think it'd be great if everyone came down off the dais so we don't have that awkward people kind of. I think after a couple of decades, you're entitled to have people come off the dais.
That's what I said. I know. That's what I told her. In the middle.
We all fit? She's got a long last name. Look here first. 1, 2, 3.
Okay, can I borrow just a photographer for 1 minute? Can I have the city clerk staff come up? There you go.
Yeah, we can. Great. Thank you. And if any of my colleagues would like to share a few words about Denise? All right, Mayor Pro Tem Negretti.
Denise, I just want to say thank you. As someone who came on completely new and in the dark, so patient, that's an understatement, and so willing to teach and guide and really just made me feel welcome. It's pretty scary when you get up here and you don't know the order of things, and then we get 800-page agendas. And I just appreciate the encouragement. And also being constantly and consistently available even after hours. I appreciate that. I'm sure your family didn't, but we appreciate it. So thank you for letting us steal her for the time that we had. And I'm sorry that I don't get to spend more time with you, but if you don't change your cell phone number, I might still be texting you.
Don't give her any ideas. Anyone else? Yeah. Councilmember Parra.
No, I just wanted to say thank you so much for everything, for your guidance. A few of us were elected during COVID, and so it was very a trying time. And just your patience clearly was needed and necessary, and just you've been really, a guiding light and just an amazing person through the entire process. And then also since then, it's just you've been someone that has been very consistent and fair and reliable. And I really appreciate you, and I'm going to miss you. And I just wish you all the best. And I want to receive postcards because I know you will be doing some amazing traveling, and I am going to miss our talks about all the wonderful trips that you've taken. But if I get a postcard, it's almost like you're here. So anyhow, but I wish you all the best in your next chapter and your journey. So thank you for everything. I appreciate you.
All right, Councilmember Brock.
Denise has been a fixture here so long, and a good fixture, because she has guided the council, guided staff, and done what's right for 29 years. You should stay another year so you can get a good 3 decades in. So I want to thank your family, because your family has, I'm sure, missed you many times over the years. Yes, I was here for that 410 meeting. I wasn't happy, and I'm sure at some point you weren't happy. But the people's business got done. And the people's business in part got done because we had a good city clerk and a great team behind her who could help her do the work. And I know she's leaving us in very good hands because she has trained her staff rigorously. So I want to thank the city clerk staff for backing her up, because it's never just the person at the head, it's all the people behind her that keep her steadfast, that keep her going. And I want to thank you for putting up with the disparate personalities on the city council for 29 years. That's a lot of city council people. Thank you so much, Denise. Really appreciate it.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Yes, thank you, Denise, and thank you to your family as well for all your years of service, for strengthening our democracy here in Santa Monica and our governance team as well. You will be missed, but I know that you leave behind a great staff that's always very welcoming and very supportive. So just want to thank you very much and wish you well on your retirement.
All right. Denise, again, you are a treasure in the city. You have been a fixture, and you will always remain a fixture in this city. We will look back and say, is that how Denise would have done it? All right. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us in celebrating Miss Anderson Warren and her tremendous accomplishments while clerk. I think that takes us on to the next item. Yes, we can clap for that one.
Item 3B, recognition of outgoing Mayor Gleam Davis and installation of new Mayor Phil Brock.
And I'm sitting this one out.
Oh, I can start, right?
Yes.
Okay, good evening, everyone. It is my honor as Mayor Pro Tem to preside over this brief ceremony as the mayorship transfers from one colleague to another. While in our city, the mayor has no more power than the rest of the council, the responsibilities of properly and effectively running all our meetings is really significant. In addition to presiding over our meetings and having to be the person enforcing the time limits for public comments, the mayor is expected to be the face of the city and expected to be at all of the public events, which can be a huge time commitment. Well, tonight, as you complete your term as mayor, on behalf of the entire council, city staff, and the city residents, we'd like to take a moment and acknowledge you, Mayor Davis, for all of those thankless contributions and express our deep appreciation for your remarkable dedication of your time, energy, and passion for the betterment of our council and beloved city. To begin, I would like to invite up two special guests that have come to deliver messages to Mayor Davis. And that is Janet Turner, Deputy District Director of Congressmember Ted Lieu, and I think, is it Sherwin? And Sharon Shmuley, Field Representative to Assembly Member Rick Zipper. If you'll come up to the podium and present your commendations.
Good evening, and best wishes from Congressman Ted Lieu, who would like to present this congressional certificate to Mayor Gleam Davis in honor and recognition of your vision and leadership as mayor, and with sincere appreciation for your commitment to enhancing the community of Santa Monica. Best wishes from Congressman Ted Lieu.
Oh, and thank you, Jen. It's been joy working with you. I'll come down and we'll maybe get a photo.
Hello, honorable council members. On behalf of Assembly Members Burr, I'm here today to honor a very special person. On behalf of Assembly Members Burr, Mayor Davis, the California State Legislature commends you for many years of dedication to public service and extends its deep respect and heartfelt admiration for your exemplary leadership and commitment to the city of Santa Monica. Through consistent acts of kindness and generosity, you have made the state of California a better place to work, live, and thrive. We honor you. And I just want to say on a personal note, as a young staffer, it's been such an honor to watch you as a role model. I really appreciate the work you've done on AB 1620. I remember I was helping a constituent with something, and she's basically homebound, lives on the second floor, and I just thought to myself, wow, this is going to make a huge impact, and it's because of leadership, the leadership of people like you, and I just can't say thank you enough for your great work. Thank you.
Let's take some pictures.
Please.
Please tell Rick, thank you so much. You get one, Janet? Yeah. Okay, thank you. Give my best to send to you. Thank you so much. Stay here. Cool.
Okay, the Board of Equalization Chairman and former Santa Monica Mayor, City Council Member Tony Vasquez, and LA County Supervisor Lindsay Horvath could not be here this evening, but sent certificates of commendation for you as well. And those are here. Are we doing photos?
Sure, what the heck? Bigger than I am. Here, maybe I should go there. I was looking at you, she grew it.
We should give you a mantle to put all these. Don't go anywhere yet. Okay, in a moment, I'm going to turn it over to my colleagues to each make any comments they would like. But before we do that, we want to give you a small gift from the council and the staff to express our appreciation, which is right here.
Oh, should I open it?
Yeah, and while you're opening it, I just want to point out that throughout this past year, Mayor Davis has brought attention to the wonderful pets awaiting adoption at our local shelter. And in recognition of her love for animals and her efforts to highlight their stories, we were pleased to present her with a calendar and travel mug adorned with the faces of the pets that she showcased during the council meetings this past year. These pets, thanks to Mayor Davis sharing their stories with us, have found forever loving homes, or forever living homes, as we like to say. And we celebrate the joy they bring to our community. May they serve as just one reminder of the positive impact you have had on our community. And we want to thank you. Hand it over to the other council members for any comments they'd like to make. I will conclude with a heartfelt thank you personally for your leadership, passion, and tireless efforts to make Santa Monica a better place for us all. I look forward to continuing to work together, because you still have to be here with us, on the council to address the challenges that lie ahead. Thank you, and I will now recognize any council member that would like to make any comments. And I'm going to go back up there, and you can stand here while we throw petals.
As long as you're only throwing petals, I'm good.
Throwing something.
Councilmember Brock.
I told you this last week at breakfast, Gleam. You restored stability to the office of mayor in Santa Monica. For that, our residents should be forever grateful, because you set the bar again. And you set a bar that said this office, your office, is meant to be an office that respects residents, respects other council members, and you provided steady, strong leadership throughout the year. So for that, I thank you. I appreciate, and I've told you this many times, that I appreciate your work throughout the last year. Hosting a council meeting is sometimes a dreadful business, and I'll find that out probably later this evening. But you restored my confidence in our city council, and you eliminated a lot of the theatrics that had happened over the previous couple of years. So I want to thank you. I know we worked together at least for another 11, 12 months. And I hope these words help you vote with me more often. But regardless, I want to thank you, because you really did a great job calming the ship and letting it sail on, because we've been sailing through troubled times. So I appreciate your work. Thank you.
Councilmember Torosas.
Well, anything I say here, I'll say to you personally, but I want the members of the public to know what I'm about to say. So first of all, I think that Gleam is one of the most intelligent people that I've ever met. Your ability to quickly distill issues and synthesize information is unparalleled. Your ability to, I think I've seen you speak publicly many times, to be able to just motivate a crowd, a group, is unparalleled. And for people to want to come along with what you're saying and what you're inspiring folks around, I think, at least in the groups that I've been in, is unparalleled. I think everyone needs to realize that Gleam works incredibly hard. This is not easy. You don't just show up here and whip it out. I think Gleam has been diligently working behind the scenes for decades now at this point. I think just beyond your mayorship, your service to this city, your commitment to this city, your passion for making this the most equitable, inclusive, safe, healthy place to live in the country is unmatched. Okay, I don't think laughing is appropriate. And I really want to thank you, Gleam. I also want to say that, I really appreciate that we always know what we're going to be able to get from you. I think Gleam has a set of morals that she sticks to, and it makes it easy to be able to work with you, because I think we always know where you stand on issues. And I think that you've led the meetings in a way that have been even-handed, certainly in a more even-handed way than I ever would be able to do. So I really applaud you. I appreciate you. It's been a pleasure to work with you. Being this my first year on council, very intimidating atmosphere to come into, and I just want to thank you for all of your guidance and mentorship.
I just want to echo a few of those words. I think a number of us on this dais, a majority of us, this was our first job as an elected official, and I can't think of a better way to be initiated and learn than under your guidance, both in our personal kind of conversations and advice, and especially on the dais, watching you lead. It's something that we're all really lucky to have and to have experienced. This is a community with a lot of opinions. This is a council with a lot of divergent points of view. We were not an easy bunch to cajole and lead, and I think you did so expertly. whenever I am out in the community and I hear something interesting or noteworthy, or perhaps something that I think that others don't know but should, I come to Gleam. I give her the scoop, and it turns out not only does she already know it, but she knows 6 more things that she will fill me in on. She has her finger on the pulse and her ear to the ground in this community in a way that is really remarkable. She also has remarkable forbearance. As mayor, I think one of her qualities was to let each of us have our say before she would weigh in with hers. And yet she did always and often have the last word. And as my colleague said, it was almost always the wisest by far. So thank you so much.
Anybody else? So with that, I'd like to thank all of our speakers and our guests and our special guests. And I will now congratulate our incoming mayor, Phil Brock, and formally pass the gavel. Is there really a gavel? I was like, that is in the script. To our newly recognized mayor, and invite him and Councilmember Davis to officially trade seats.
All right, can I just say a couple of words? Because you've all been so kind to me, and I don't want to take up any more time. But I really do appreciate the effort everyone put into this. I just want to say animals are getting adopted even as we speak, and it's just a joy. I was at the shelter earlier today, and there's more there. So please, if you're looking for a forever home, if you're willing to give a forever home to a pet, we have plenty to choose from. In my year as mayor, and again, I want to be brief, I stumbled across a quote from George Bernard Shaw. Oops, and there it went. It was there a minute ago. Let me see. There it is. And it really resonated with me. So I just want to share it with you as sort of my parting words. This is the true joy in life, being used for a purpose recognized by yourself as a mighty one, being a force of nature instead of a feverish, selfish little clod of ailments and grievances, complaining that the world will not devote itself to making you happy. I am of the opinion that my life belongs to the whole community, and as long as I live, it is my privilege to do it for it what I can. It is a sort of splendid torch, which I have got hold of for the moment, and I want to make it burn as brightly as possible before handing it on to future generations. So thank you very much for letting me light that torch. I look forward to passing it on to future generations. And thank you for the honor of a lifetime, which is, of course, being mayor of the most wonderful, bestest city in the whole doggone world. Thank you so much. I will now change.
I feel like there should be some sort of drum roll, but this is the most official part of it, and it is where you guys officially trade
Just
seats.
pick up our stuff and change seats. It's very formal.
Once you guys change seats, Mayor Brock, I am handing over the remainder of the meeting to you. Here's the gavel.
Actually, I know what happened to the gavel. I stole it long ago. You don't need my purse at your feet.
Okay, take your time.
Oops, no.
Oh, there's a...
Once everyone gets settled into their new seats, we'd like to take a few pictures.
Right, we need to take the picture, don't we?
Yes, I do.
And I'll change the name during closed session. I don't want to break anything right now on the names.
Mayor Davis, can you stand for me?
Oh, sure.
Wait.
Are we all?
Well, no, I'm...
Oh.
As we're passing the gavel.
Oh, is that what we're doing? Yes, the gavel disappeared because a former mayor used to hit me with it. No, I'm not joking. And I took it. It's hidden in the council office. I dare any of you to find it.
Are you standing up or? It's a couple's photo.
This way. We're going to the prom. It's the mayor prom. Yeah.
Are we doing
Are we doing the official photo?
You
with
might want to wait
Phil
till
sitting in
next-
the middle, or?
Wait, sorry, what are we doing?
Well,
There's
there's
usually
official,
a
when we
photo.
reconstitute the council, the mayor sits in the middle.
Are we doing that now
doing that
or
one,
next?
or?
You didn't know that.
There you have the camera. Let's just
Do it now, and if it doesn't look great, then we can do it. We can have a do-over next week. How's that? You want me to sit down?
Yeah, usually there's 3 sitting in the middle.
Oh.
It'll be Lana should be
Lana,
sitting
you
next
should
to
be
you, 'cause
sitting.
you're the mayor pro tem, and then the other 4 in the back. It's the benefit of experience. All right, we got it?
Ready? 1, 2, 3. Ready, don't blink. 1, 2, 3.
I like it, Kathy.
Do it vertically. Thank you. Well, good evening, everyone. Gleam didn't give a speech, so I can't give a speech. So, but first, I want to thank those of you who are here to recognize this transition. Secondly, let you know we have a lot of work to do in the city, and we will commence that immediately. Thirdly, being mayor in this city means that you get a ceremonial title, but I have absolutely no more pull than any of my colleagues. I encourage all my colleagues to work with me every day so that we can overcome the issues that we have in the city and remind everyone in the city what a great place this is to live and to work and to play. I want to start off, though, by having our city staff members who are in this room, police, fire, everybody, could you stand and could everyone else give them a hand because they work for our people every day. They help keep our residents safe, our visitors happy. They take care of the city's plumbing and electrical. And all the things that happen in Santa Monica, they're unsung heroes every single day. So first, to our residents who are listening, who are watching, I ask you to join with me in thanking the staff members who work for every one of you every single day, whether they're fixing the asphalt on your sidewalk, or they're moving a truck in to clean the sewers, or they're driving the big blue bus, or they're in the rent control administration, or they're down at the pier, wherever they may be, or they're responding to your emergency at your house or apartment. First, please thank them. Don't stop thanking them. I need you to recognize that our staff is dedicated. I've had the opportunity to be at our city yards, to meet with our staff members, to shake their hands, and shake their hands in alleys and streets throughout this city that I grew up in. So please thank them. They're doing a great job for you. Many times their departments are understaffed, and they need more. We're going to take care of our staff members in this city the best we possibly can so they can do a great job for each of you. Secondly, I want residents in this city, you may have been used to the city doing more, maybe than it should have over the last decade or two. We're in a new era of reality in our city. And I need all of you to join together. It's not about the city council. It's not about only our staff. It is about each of you who live in this city, who care about this city. Join with our police, join with our fire, join with commissions, join everywhere you can to help make our city better. I need your help. The city council needs your help. It is not top down. It has to be bottom up. Every one of you, no matter what street you live on, no matter how big your apartment, how small your house, doesn't matter. Join together so we can make this city flourish, so we can make our town, the town that we love, the town I was born in, the town my mother was born in, to make it thrive. It is incredibly important that we regain what I consider to be the spirit of Santa Monica. We have our 150th anniversary on July 14th, 2025, a year and a half from now. Let's make sure that we have regained our sense of place, and we have a strong sense of place, not only as a city, but in every neighborhood throughout our city. I was fortunate last weekend to go to 3 or 4 community events. Main Street, Santa Monica was absolutely outstanding Saturday night. Montana Avenue, with a closed street on Saturday afternoon, it was wonderful to see families and children and everyone playing, also at Main Street. I was at Bergamot in the early afternoon to see all of those artists and galleries smiling, open for business and open to share their art with the community. For all of you, we all complain. That's easier sometimes than saying thanks. It's easier sometimes than saying wow. But Saturday in this community was a wow moment. And it has been that way the last couple of weeks. With the spread of the holidays, the enthusiasm and the love shows. Don't forget that. The other day, I walked across Wilshire Boulevard and 3rd to go to the gym. And I looked west to see a stunning sunset with St. Monica right there at Wilshire and Ocean. It's hard to be upset at our city when you're in the middle of the street. I made it across the street in time before the signal changed. However, it was that moment, a moment that takes my breath away. The moment that has taken my breath away since I was born at St. John's Hospital. The moment that takes my breath away and my mother's breath away. Couldn't be here tonight, but she's lived in this community all of her life as well. Now, that's not saying we don't have issues. We have issues, as you all know. Public safety is coming back. We've hired 50 replacement officers over the last 2 years. We will make this city safe again because that is the solemn duty of every single city council person and every mayor throughout the world in every city throughout the world and every village. I take that seriously as a sacred oath. We will do our best to make our city safer. We will do our best to show real compassion to those who are unhoused on our street, but also to do our best to make sure that the state, the federal government, and the county step in and help us. We cannot solve our city's issues by ourselves. We need the help of the state. We need the help of the county. And by the way, it's not only us. It is every city right now throughout the nation. Every city needs help, and every city needs more support from our federal government, from the states they're in, and from their individual county. I'm going to keep harping, as I know the rest of the council is, on making sure that our city is safe, making sure that we don't have people dying on our streets. We're going to do our best. I'm going to do my best to make sure we're not handing out syringes next to the playgrounds in our parks. We have to have a safe city because we are a progressive place. And we're very proud of being progressive. But we can't be progressive if our people live in fear. So we've got to change that. We will make our city safer. And I encourage all of you and this sounds trite, but please shop local. I need my stores, I need my cafes, I need our restaurants in all corners of our city to thrive. And the last thing I really want to emphasize right now is I mentioned our 150th birthday. We are, as a poll showed in either 2018 or 19, one of the most artistic communities in the world. At that time, it said that 41% of our working population worked somehow, somewhere in the arts. That's not just art. It's literary, it's music, it's all these different things that make our city really a fantastic place, but we don't show that. So I will encourage public-private partnerships in working with our city manager and staff, and I will encourage music and art and everything else to flourish on our streets of this great city, because we have to regain the spirit of Santa Monica. We have to make sure that our residents throughout the city start applauding each other, that they recognize when they see music being played in Palisades Park or at Make Music Day or our Academy Award winners and nominees, the famous people who have lived here since 1875, and those people who lived here before this became a city. The neglected, diverse masses who were here as well. We have to make sure that we recognize all of them. And lastly, we have a large collection of people who rent in our city. A majority of people who rent in our city. We have to make sure that every single day that we do the best we can for them. We do the best we can for every resident of this great city. And I say great city because we are, in spite of the issues, we collectively live in one of the greatest places on earth. Join me this year to make sure that we become even greater, that we can solve problems because we, damn it, are Santa Monica. We can make this city thrive, and we will. Thank you so much. And now I have to figure out what a mayor's agenda is. And I believe we're going right to the city attorney who will tell us.
No, actually,
City manager report.
item 3.
Mr. White.
Item 3C, City Manager Report, Santa Monica Public Library Annual Report.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council. I'm going to keep it brief tonight because we'll be hearing from the library shortly, and I want to make sure everyone has plenty of time. As you know, in our ongoing efforts to prioritize a clean and safe Santa Monica, the Santa Monica Police Department has been working hard on recruitment, and their efforts have been paying off. They recently welcomed 4 outstanding new officers to their ranks, and I want to wish a warm welcome to them as we are so glad to have them on our team. Our police department has now hired a total of 22 new officers this year, and I could not be more impressed with their level of effort in this work. Last week, the Organized Retail Theft Task Force team, a collaboration between the Santa Monica Police Department and LAPD, ran a special enforcement operation at a Santa Monica retailer. This coordinated effort resulted in 8 arrests and the recovery of over $500 in stolen merchandise. And just a reminder that the police department's annual holiday deployment plan went into effect right after Thanksgiving and will run through January 2024. You may have noticed more officers on foot, bicycle, and horseback in our shopping districts, including Main Street, downtown, Pico, Montana Avenue, and the surrounding residential areas. The additional personnel are out and about 7 days a week, keeping a highly visible presence, and I'm so grateful for their work for the city. And I want to wish a happy Hanukkah to all who celebrate. The weekly menorah lightings on the 3rd Street Promenade continue at sundown, with the last lighting this Thursday, December 14th, at the ice rink at 4:45 p.m. And so now I want to turn it over to our amazing library director, Erica Cayugan. And also, just before she starts, I really believe this is an opportunity to thank all of you, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council for your steadfast support for our libraries, because what you're going to hear tonight is a result of your support for everything that they do. So Erica, thank you for all you do, and I turn it over to you.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, David. I'm going to actually ask Cecilia to pass out some of the reports as I talk, so you can refer to them. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, and city staff. Please take some time to look through this report afterwards that you have in your hands or will have in your hands. Putting this together, thank you, Cecilia. Putting this together was a collective team effort, one that shows the talents and efforts of our library department and staff. If there is one idea you take with you today, I want it to be this: the library is a place of possibility. Since 2020 and throughout the last few years, we have heard from our community and our council members. What we have heard was the need for our libraries to be more open, for our meeting rooms to be more accessible, and for our programs to be more plentiful. This is where our community goes to learn, find joy, connect, and relax. This past fiscal year, we really focused on providing that access, while still facing the challenges of limited staffing and budget resources. But even as we work to restore hours and programs, our community wanted more. Some have written that they want us to add more days back to our branches and more story times to our calendars. Others have asked why we aren't back to normal, like our Los Angeles neighbors. Still, others continue to request less self-service hours and more in-person services. We acknowledge that full restoration of our services will take time, and we understand that it often feels like it's not enough. But we have come a long way since 2020, and although we still have much more to do, this annual report and the slides I am about to present to you is a culmination of the hard work, collaboration, planning, and careful consideration of my library colleagues to ensure that we are providing as much access as possible. In fiscal year 2022 to 23, we increased open hours to the public by 30%. We reopened Montana Avenue branch, reopened Fairview branch using the Open Plus self-service model, and we added Saturday branch hours to Montana and Pico. And of course, we didn't stop there. Beginning this past fiscal year and with additional funds approved by council, our team worked to open Main Library at an hour earlier, 10 a.m. instead of 11, and finally restored Saturday service to Main, which took significant resources and coordination to cover the 2-floor, 104,000 square foot building. Resources that not only included our library staff, but Public Works to keep the buildings clean, ISD to support our computers and networks running on the weekends, and Department of Transportation to make sure parking was accessible. We also extended our evening hours to 8 p.m. at all locations. Thanks to the Open Plus service, and perhaps you know this familiar face here, Sunset Park and Ocean Park neighborhoods can access their libraries. Our team is beginning to do more programming, such as traveling story time and open houses, to invite more people in. While we all want in-person service at all of our locations, Open Plus allows us to open doors while we work on getting resources for additional programming and services. Later this year, the Montana branch will be the first location that will have both in-person service and the ability for self-service, an option that could extend and bring more hours to this branch. Oops. Should I open it? And we're back. Okay. We increased physical items checked out by 15%. But what I really want to highlight on this slide are all the different types of resources that were checked out of our library, including on the bottom left, our Reading to Go early literacy kits. On the top right, our Read, Engage, Discover, also known as RED kits. We even brought back our human library, which is on the top left. Every quarter on Saturday at the Pico branch, people were able to check out human books and have meaningful conversations with them. Last month, my daughters checked out a human book together. Margaret, a 70-plus-year-old woman who talked with them about the challenges of getting old and, more importantly, how valuable it is to help keep our elderly population connected to the community. In total, we held 4 events for the Human Library and 40 human books, and a total of 84 checkouts. That's 84 conversations that might not have happened if not for this library program. One of the red kits, one of my favorite, that we check out to the public focuses on learning how to play the ukulele. What we have found with these experiential and learning kits is that people appreciate the opportunity to learn on their own and the ability to do so for free. Many, like Deborah G., have found further connections and meaning because of it. I received a handwritten letter in the mail from Miss Deborah telling me how grateful she is for our kits. As she says here, and paraphrasing, it has given me something very important, the joy of singing along with the ukulele, of hearing my own voice and not so alone. It seems small, but really it's very big. Thank you. We granted access to more computers, more hours on Wi-Fi, and more databases for research. Our local history staff supported a variety of city departments, including the city attorney's office, housing, and human resources, to research and obtain information about our city's history. We also reopened study spaces and piloted a new workspace, complete with laptop checkout, on the second floor of the main library. Along with the technology and research, and as part of our literacy program, we hosted programs that allowed community members to learn more about their devices. The Tech and Tasks Drop-In program features volunteers and library staff trained to help people with devices and navigating the internet, whether to look for a job, fill out an application, or just feel comfortable with email. We received multiple notes of gratitude for our literacy programs, including this one from Miss Susan C. Getting the help and support there is great for seniors such as myself who don't always have the kind of great community support available. I wanted to say a heartfelt thank you. Our team conducted 271 programs with almost 11,000 people in attendance. What is also quite significant is the 42% increase in volunteer hours this past year. This is in part due to our Literacy Education for Adults and Families program, or as we call it, LEAF. Of the thousands of hours from our dedicated volunteers, there were 729 hours dedicated to one-on-one tutoring for our adult learners. 729 hours by tutors whose sole purpose and hope is to help their learner to learn a new skill or improve their reading, or, in some cases, get a high school diploma. This past year, 63% of learners in adult literacy learned a new technology skill. 2 learners were hired for new jobs. 7 reported being able to communicate better with medical professionals. 6 reported voting in an election for the first time. 5 learners worked towards earning their high school diplomas. Our Career Online High School program, funded by the California State Library and our Friends of the Santa Monica Public Library, is a self-paced program that pairs students with academic coaches to earn a fully accredited high school diploma. Since we started the program in 2016, we have had 23 graduates. We currently have 8 students enrolled and 3 graduated this year. Here are two of them, Suli and Jacqueline, at our literacy celebration last week. This is one of my favorite celebrations. There's such a sense of pride and gratitude from the tutors, the learners, their family members, and the staff who attend. There's an overwhelming sense of possibility, that the future is bright, and that, like Jacqueline says in her quote, there are so many doors of opportunity. We look forward to the many things this next fiscal year is going to bring, and we've already been working on quite a few priorities, including our first Poet Laureate program, celebration of our newest branch, the Pico branch, turning 10. Can't believe it's been 10 years. A new English as a Second Language, or ESL, literacy service and programs, the renewal of our Teen Leadership Council and volunteers, and reimagining our main library central courtyard space. There are so many more possibilities and opportunities to come, and we thank you for your support and for the chance to tell you about how impactful and how valuable library services are to the community we serve. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions or comments from our council members? See, we have a thank you there. Council Member Terosas.
Thank you. I just, again, want to say thank you, and thank you to all of our volunteers as well. We know that this has been a challenging time for the library. Quick question, do you know how many more volunteers or staff you will need to feel like you can increase our capacity and our hours in the libraries?
That's a complicated question.
That you're not going to answer.
It depends
right?
on
David's like, I'm not prepared to answer that.
Hours and the days.
But I mean,
but we welcome many volunteers.
If you got more volunteers, would you be able to expand hours?
Volunteer program is actually for our literacy, so it's for our one-on-one. They work directly with folks in a specific program.
Okay.
They do not work in the library for operational purposes.
And then, excuse me for not knowing this, but do we offer like virtual library cards where folks can check out books virtually? Yes, we do. Okay. And we're promoting that service to folks, especially disabled individuals who might not be able to go into the library.
Yes.
And if there's any way that we as council members can promote that to the community, I think that that's important. So the titles of books that were checked out are inclusive of the virtual program as well?
They're all the checkouts, yes. So
Okay.
it's the most checked out titles for the different, it's the most requested titles.
So regardless of whether it's in person or virtual?
Yeah.
Got it. Okay. Thank you so much. Amazing work. Really appreciate you. Everyone loves the library and whatever we can do to support.
Okay. Thanks.
Council Member Zwick.
I just want to echo the thanks from this council for all that you've done to restore services in our community that are vital. And I also wanted to say I had not heard of the Human Book Program. I'm excited to learn more and attend in the future.
And I also want to thank you, Councilmember Zwick, for doing a story time with us and invite any other council members who would like to do a story time.
And I wanted to say a couple of words. Thank you. It's wonderful to see so much great work coming out of our library system. Our residents value our libraries tremendously, as you know. So thank you for this report. It's really appreciated. Do you have more? Okay. And I want to take 1 minute before we go to discussion of closed session. I forgot something during my speech, something that's really important. So if you could indulge me for 45 seconds. I know, Mayor Davis, it's never 45 seconds. I already know. There's someone here tonight who is integral to my success in my life. Catherine, could you stand up for a minute? Could everyone give Catherine a hand? She's been with me since October 15th, 1981, when we met in a store on Main Street, Santa Monica, 2818 Main Street. and we met that night. She was looking for a part-time job. It became a full-time job just taking care of me. And I want to thank her because she stays up and watches every council meeting. She's spending most of her time running my real business. And thank you, Catherine, forever. Thank you so much. Okay, could we, the Assistant City Clerk, can you call the closed session items for us, please?
We have one closed session item, item 4A, conference with labor negotiator, agency designated representatives, acting director of human services, Oles Gordiv, and human resources manager, Robert Scalise, bargaining unit coalition of Santa Monica City employees.
And I'll pass this to our city attorney. What time do you believe we'll be back?
I predict 8:20, but I might defer to the city manager since this is labor.
I hear 8:15. I hear 8:20. I hear 8:15. I'll take 8:15. We are adjourned temporarily until 8:15. Thank you so much for being here tonight. Council members, if you could return to the dais, please. We want to get this started. See that our city council is back and we have returned from closed session. Could we get a report from the city attorney on closed session?
The labor matter was heard and there is nothing to report.
Thank you so much. Our clerk.
Yes. Do any of the council members have any reports on travel since the last meeting?
See none. Let's move on to the consent calendar.
Consent calendar. All items will be considered and approved in one motion unless removed by a council member for discussion. In accordance with Charter Section 615, the adoption of all ordinances and resolutions shall be by reading of title unless a council member present dissents, and no public discussion is permitted on ordinances for second reading and adoption. And I would ask council at this time if you would like to combine the city council and the redevelopment successor agency items.
Does anyone have any objections to that?
No, I move to combine.
Do we have to vote on that?
Yes. Well, we have to call a roll for the redevelopment.
Okay.
agency.
Second.
Okay. So agency member Zwick,
Present.
agency member Para,
Here.
agency member Davis,
Here.
agency member Terosis, agency member Delatoy,
Here.
Chair Pro Tem Negrete,
Here.
and Chair Brock.
Here.
And then I believe, Mayor Brock, you asked to have item 5F pulled?
Yes, on Cirque du Soleil?
Yes.
Yes, please. Does anyone else have any items that they may have neglected to tell the clerk in advance that we need to pull? Seeing none, let's move on with that item. First, do we have a motion to pass all of the other consent items?
I move.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion on that?
Just to confirm, it's moved by Negrete, seconded by Terosis?
I think Paro was second.
Oh, I'm sorry. Agency Councilmember De La Torre,
Yes.
Agency Councilmember Terosis?
Yes.
Chair Mayor Pro Tem Negrete?
Yes.
Agency Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Agency Councilmember Para?
Yes.
Agency Councilmember Zwick?
Yes.
Chair Mayor Brock.
Yes.
Item 5F. Authorize the city manager to enter into a license agreement with Cirque du Soleil.
Mr. Mayor, before we begin, could I make a statement?
Absolutely.
So just in the interest of transparency, I want to disclose that approximately 35 years ago, when I was in private practice, I actually tried a case up in San Francisco on behalf of Cirque du Soleil involving their dispute with a management company up in the San Francisco area. We were successful, but after I left private practice over 30 years ago, I had no further contact with them. I did confer with the city attorney to determine whether or not I might have a potential conflict, and he advised me, given the distance and time, there was no conflict, and so I won't be recusing myself, but I did want to be completely transparent in that regard.
Thank you so much. And could we, yes, you knew what I was going to say.
My name is Alana Bugoff. I'm the Pier and Beach Administrator with the city's Economic Development Division. And I want to let you know that we have two representatives here from Cirque du Soleil, Kevin Kulas, the Vice President of Global Tour Planning, and Arthur Maracas, Director of Marketing North America. Should you have any questions, they are available.
Okay, go ahead.
We also have a PowerPoint presentation that might be. Tonight, we are asking council to authorize the city manager to negotiate and execute a license agreement with Cirque du Soleil for the use of a portion of Lot 1N from October 1st through 2024 through January 24th, 2025. The actual performance dates will be about a 10-week period within that time frame, approximately October 22nd, with the last show occurring on January 5th. So the time before is the setup of the tent and the removal of the tent. We have a slide on anticipated economic benefits of Cirque's return. We are anticipating a rental fee of $1.5 million. That is about $647,000 more than if that area that Cirque intends to use is used only for parking. Then that funds would directly support beach operations and maintenance of the beach fund, which is current and projected to be in a deficit fund. So these funds will help offset some of those deficits. Cirque is also committing to the purchase of local supplies and services, and Cirque will also provide accommodations for its staff and performers in Santa Monica. We are also anticipating increased parking revenues at other city lots and structures. And we anticipate an increase in spending by Cirque visitors in local restaurants, hotels, and other businesses, generating a ripple effect for those businesses and providing additional sales and transient occupancy tax for the city. Cirque will provide direct payments and in-kind contributions to the Pier Corporation and the Santa Monica Lessees Association, as stated in the proposal, and is willing to continue to speak with other stakeholders and businesses on the pier for mutually agreeable solutions for their return. Also, as described in more detail in the staff report, after the Cirque's 2009 stay, the city commissioned an economic impact study and determined Cirque's performance was a significant contributor to the Santa Monica economy. The net impact, according to that study, was $16.7 million in 2010 dollars. Cirque, according to the study, generated an additional $130,000 in sales and TOT taxes to the general fund. And the study determined that Cirque visitors spent almost $4.6 million in various outlets throughout the city of Santa Monica during their stay, which lasted from October through December. Cirque, according to the study, even generated a net impact, a positive impact of about $400,000 to pure businesses, even after adjusting for displaced sales. And I also want to just highlight the council-approved extended events policy. The city is able to curate uses for that lot through an RFP process. The city in 2023 issued a request for proposal process and received 3 responses. We received a response and council authorized negotiation for a license agreement with the Spirit Awards and with a Los Angeles Wine and Food Festival, which will be occurring in the lot in February and March of 2024. And part of the evaluation committee's review of the Cirque proposal did require some more discussions with Cirque du Soleil to make sure that their concept was in alignment with the city's policies and the city's goals. The Cirque also has committed to certain conditions with the Pier Corporation and with the Santa Monica Lessees Association that they are willing to commit to have incorporated into their license agreement, and is described more thoroughly in the report. But they are direct financial grants as well as in-kind contributions. And tonight we are asking council to authorize the city manager to negotiate a license agreement with Cirque du Soleil for their return in 2024 through January 24th, 2025. And I also want to show, to just put everything in context, the area is approximately the same size as was used in their 2014 show. There's about 1,400 spaces in the 1550 lot. Their footprint occupies about 750 spaces. There's going to be approximately 550 public spaces remaining. And that's also because in 2020, the city paved over a Deauville site, which was used for storage, and now added to our parking inventory, added an additional 110 parking spaces. So at the bottom of the screen, you'll see where it says the Deauville parking. That's where additional parking spaces were added. That was not available when Cirque was here in 2014. Cirque also will be responsible for preparing a city-approved parking and traffic management plan. They'll be working with our mobility team, incorporating a lot of the feedback that we've heard tonight, as well as feedback in terms of the city's needs for how to handle other large-scale events and other large-scale impacts, such as the Pier Bridge reconstruction, which will also be taking up a significant part of our 1550 lot in 2025 through 2027. And then the Olympics return will be in Santa Monica in this area in 2028. So we're looking forward to partnering with Cirque to identify parking and traffic management strategies that we can actually refine and test as we expect other large-scale impacts to access to the pier in the near future. Yeah, that concludes my comments. Any questions?
Thank you. As you heard earlier, and obviously you've been involved in all the meetings with the Pier Corporation and the stakeholders that are directly impacted on the pier, there's some concern over the fact that some of the ambiguity in this contract sort of saying, they will work with the pier and the pier businesses is a little bit too general and broad. And I think, personally, at least I can't speak for everybody, that if we can find a way to make more concrete in the contract to make sure that we are actually saying that there's going to be specific things that are going to be happening in a timely manner. I think we heard Jim Harris earlier lay out, and I'm sure you've seen what he's sent through as a suggestion, but making sure that every step of the way they are a part of the process and that the promises made to the businesses actually come to fruition. As somebody who is an attendee, loves Cirque du Soleil, seen every single show, until being up here, I was not aware of the negative impacts that it has had on the pier businesses. So however we can make the contract really speak to those specific issues and not be so general. I'd love to hear what you've taken in so far, because I'm imagining you've talked to all of the stakeholders yourself, and if you're already thinking of that, since this was put together, because it's more general in here as it is now. It just says that they will work with them, and that includes the marketing and some of we didn't get to see any mock-ups. I don't know if that's coming, but I know there was talk about, not just simply adding on the ticket sales that a little blurb that maybe, you could add on a food package, but doing something that's more robust, a little bit more promising for the concessions for food and beverage and purchases that might be lost, I guess you could say, on the pier, whether it be because of loss of parking or whatnot.
Yeah, understood. And the license agreement, once if we're given the authority to negotiate a license agreement, will include that specificity of deliverable tasks and not to have fuzzy language where we're not sure if somebody has complied or not. So yeah, that is certainly what we will make sure the license agreement reflects.
And is that going to be coming back to council because if we say to go forth and that doesn't happen, I'm just wondering, is this coming back again in any way, shape or form to council before the license agreement is signed?
Unless the terms have changed from what is in this agreement, it likely will not come back to council. So if there are specific terms that you would like to see included, that will be noted and incorporated.
Okay, so then we're just asking questions right now, or are we giving direction? We're just asking questions?
Asking questions at this point.
Okay, one more question then.
Go to comments and Direction afterward.
Local hire, is that discussed at all? I saw there's like jobs that are created. I know that I'm sure they already have their own staff for the majority of that, but I saw some talk about job creation.
Well, there's a commitment to use local sources. I will let Kevin, if you can speak to how you hire locally for your shows.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the people that are actually involved in the show itself, about 100 people, they'll travel with the show, but we do hire a lot of, security and ushers and concession workers and things like that too. So it's definitely, I can give you some details on that.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I would love to see just from a diversity equity standpoint, from a local hire standpoint. I know it's hard to hire people right now, but I know maybe there isn't positions for some of our younger people since it's a temporary job. It would just be nice to see what the plans are in terms of
Absolutely,
putting that in
and we count on it, so that's very
let's see. So wanted to make sure that so we just touched on it, that there are going to be regular meetings and any of those operational meetings that we're going to be including all the stakeholders in the pier. Is that correct?
That was a request made by the Pier
Yes.
Corporation tonight, and I think that's a great idea. And so,
Okay. Do you agree?
Yeah.
I think the key is so that everybody's working in harmony. Otherwise, it's not going to be successful, right? So we'll go over direction, but those were my only two questions for now. Thank you.
Councilmember Parra.
Thank you. So I'm somebody that's lived here like my whole life and have never been, but I've always wanted to go. So I'm really excited to see you guys here. So I will be buying a ticket. But one of my questions, I have several questions. So you mentioned the report, the study that was done regarding, and that was based on the 2009 show, correct? And so you indicated there was a net impact of 16.7 million. When you did that impact, did the study isolate what the impact was on the pier? So do we know whether it was revenue generating for the pier or whether they had a deficit?
This study determined that it was net positive by about $400,000, even accounting for adjusting for displaced sales due to Cirque.
Okay, thank you. And then, let's see here. And then in terms of show times, what are some of normally, when are the shows held? At what times?
I know that we have some time commitments, so we have to be done at certain times, so we'll definitely abide by that. And we've done that in the past here too, so.
Oh, so there's isn't predefined, it's not like the nighttime shows, or is it daytime?
I can get you what our.
No, I'm just curious. I'm just trying to figure out how that plays into attendance in the pier and the businesses. So do you have them? How many shows a day? Like I said, I've never been. So how many shows a day do you normally?
Usually it's about 8 shows a week, and there'll be 2 on a day on a weekend, maybe 3 on a Saturday.
Okay.
1 on a weekday night.
Okay.
But we can definitely work together on coming up with what times those shows are and what days they happen.
Okay, just curious about that. And then I echo what Mayor Pro Tem Negrete said in terms of, really listening to what our peer businesses, they've been through a lot this last few years. And so I'm concerned about, some of the items that was brought forth. And I also will be giving probably the same direction as Mayor Pro Tem. I think that's all the questions I have right now. Thank you.
Councilmember Delatorre.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. Can you go back? There was one slide regarding communication with peer businesses.
So this was the process and selection slide. We received, we issued the RFP in June of 2023. The evaluation panel reviewed and evaluated the proposals received through September. And in September, November, we brought all 3 events at separate meetings to the Santa Monica Lessees Association and the Pier Corporation Board for feedback.
Okay. There was a request for, it seemed like it may be like a protocol for more communication. And I was wondering if there was any opposition to that level of communication, sort of with the lessees, with the Santa Monica Lessee Association and the peer board as well?
Well, I can't speak to the opposition to the number of meetings, but we had multiple meetings with the SMPLA and Peer Corporation, and they've communicated separately with Cirque as well in an effort to come to some mutually agreeable understandings about support Cirque would provide them.
Do you feel that the relationship is positive, or there's some items to sort of be worked out?
I think there's a willingness, from my understanding from Cirque, to continue those discussions with Pure tenants.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. Really appreciate this. Really appreciate you all taking council's direction to bring more economic activity to the city, obviously in line with what we've asked for. So really appreciate it. And just looking at the key terms and mitigation measures in the staff report, I think all this is important, but I'm a little bit concerned about will commit when possible, will comply, and like what that means. I think, is there a possibility of us actually reviewing the license agreement that we would negotiate with Cirque? Because I think that if we don't have the terms related to the meet and confer with the Pure Corporation in the license agreement, I'm concerned that that actually won't be complied with. I also would agree I think it's good to say like, oh, we'll in theory commit to local hire, but like, are we actually committing to any numbers? Are we committing to a minimum spend on local small businesses or businesses within a certain mile radius that are actually providing services as subcontractor to Cirque? I would like to know a little bit more detail on the community benefits. I also think that the amount of money that we're getting for the 4-year term of the agreement is not, excuse me, I meant that, thank you, 4-month. When you look at what we would be earning less the amount of revenue coming in for parking on like a per square foot basis, like is that comparable to what's currently in the market in other areas? I just feel like, we probably should have been a little bit more thoroughly briefed on some of these items.
In terms of returning the draft license agreement to council, I would defer to the city attorney's office because the agreement will be drafted and approved to form by the attorneys.
Are you desiring it to come back for an additional level of approval?
Well, I think that we've
provided the document.
I don't know. I'll defer to my fellow council members. I'm not saying I don't want the Cirque here. I of course do, but I think that we absolutely, this is city property. This is going to be a significant disruption to our business community and the people that work on the pier. We need to ensure that we are receiving appropriate benefits to our local community. And I don't feel confident, quite frankly, that if we don't see it, that some of the things that we've talked about aren't going to be included.
So there's two ways that we could bring it forward to council, and whichever is at your direction and pleasure. We could, once it's fully negotiated and agreed to, we could publish it as an information item, and that would make it publicly available to all the council. Or we could come back to a city council meeting at your direction when it's all ready for approval or rejection at that time too. We could do whichever. I'm just offering options in terms of public disclosure.
Yeah, I would just say that in my professional experience, what I'm asking for is not significant. So I would think that it would not be a problem for us to be able to articulate the specific community benefits that Cirque is agreeing to. And Cirque, I know that you're here. I appreciate it. I think some of this is a little bit vague for me.
So if the direction is you want us to come back when it's negotiated, we can take that direction and come back.
Can you tell me what's the drop dead timeline for this being approved? I don't want to have an undue delay on the process here.
Luckily, we'd like to be able to go on sale in the very near future. I mean, we're already late, so sooner the better. I'm happy to get back with, what you're asking for, we can certainly provide in the agreement.
Yeah.
If you want those commitments, we'll iron those out.
Right, and then I think there's this unresolved issue. The other thing is, can we at least say that there's going to be a commitment to promote union hotels? I know that that's a controversial item on this council, but I think that we should promote the type of, for accommodation, we want to incentivize union labor, and I would think, right, so I'm expressing, that would be something that I would be interested in. That's something that's pretty standard, is working with union hospitality partners. I think that that's important. I think that, there's been discussion about, because if you look at
AECOM financial study from 2009 season, obviously it is not true that the peer businesses, at least from what we can see, lost money, but it is true that Pacific Park lost money. And how are we making sure that we're making folks whole and that this isn't like a net negative? Have we talked about like a specific carve out for Pac Park?
We have had conversations, and we've had some back and forth on the proposals. And we're definitely willing to support them. What was proposed, we could not agree to. But we'll continue to try and work something out.
Yeah, that just gives me a little bit concerned because we're saying that we need to approve a license agreement ASAP. So, for example, Mr. Clockey came here and said that he had made over, tried to negotiate and had not received a response back. I mean,
Give a response.
Okay. Okay, so it wasn't like it was ignored. I mean, is there?
No, not at all.
Okay. Is there any room for any sort of negotiation for some sort of set aside for Pacific Park and or potential, I don't know. I don't want to like legislate from the dais here if we haven't had options, but again, like, is that something that you're willing to entertain?
I mean, we offered to help market for him and do some other things. What we did not accept was the idea of adding on to our ticket price to support that.
Can we go back and think about if there's any other resolution that we can achieve so that everyone feels okay about this?
We can try, see if we can find something else. Like I said, we'll do everything on the website to do an add-on and different options to drive people there.
Okay. And then I would just say that, go ahead. Yeah.
Susan,
I have one more question.
our assistant city manager wants to interrupt
All
for a
right, I
minute.
just want to.
Probably with good cause.
Thank you. Clarify two things. So first, the direction that we're seeking tonight is to enter into negotiations. So that's why there isn't a lot of specificity. There's some, general parameters around the agreement that we think make that gave staff comfort to bring it to council, so that we could go into the negotiations.
So like an exclusive negotiating agreement. Got it.
All intents and
Okay,
purposes,
okay,
yeah.
okay,
So
that's helpful.
we don't mean to be vague or not,
Got it.
but that the intent is that we'll then negotiate the specifics. The second point I want to make is that we heard very loud and clear, on the committee and as we've been meeting with the lessees and with the peer board, that there was a lack of accountability and follow through in the previous agreement. We have all intentions to incorporate the specificity in the license agreement where it was absent before. So all of the direction we hear from council tonight, we will make every effort to negotiate it and then to memorialize it in the license agreement and then work with the city attorney's office on mechanisms for accountability.
Okay, that's
So
helpful.
that is what we've been talking to the peer board about last night. And I also want to make it clear who comprised the selection committee. It was Alana and myself, and we had Jim Harris and Misty Kearns. So we did have substantial half of the representation on the selection committee was from the peer board.
Okay, I appreciate that. I think that's helpful. I appreciate the context. I just would say that I wouldn't feel comfortable with us proceeding without us at least being able to see the terms of the license agreement and ensuring that, it makes sense. I think all of the recommendations that were put forth by the peer board make sense to me, and is to the extent that they're feasible, I would support those. So anyways, I'll stop talking because those weren't questions. Thanks.
Mayor Pro Tem Negretti.
Just to be clear, just to clarify what you said, so they're going into the negotiations, but there's a timing, right? So you need to have this license agreement completed by when?
Well, so if it had to come back to council, we couldn't do it until January 23rd, because that's the next council meeting, because I don't think we can do it in less than a
next
week.
week.
So I don't know if that is how that,
It's really getting, honestly, it's really getting too late for us.
Yeah, and I have to, I would also just want to provide some context to why we're a little crunched on the timing. So Cirque's original proposal was for the original time frame. So it was around the time frame when, you have to help me out, Alana.
Yeah, I think it was this spring.
Right, so it was when the Food and Wine and the Spirit Awards, it was within that same time frame. And having conversations with the peer board representatives and from the Lessee Association, that was too much all at once because they were 3 events back to back in that time frame. So we took a step back, brought forward those 2 events and continued conversations with Cirque about a better time frame. And so that took months, I don't know how many, a few months for us to negotiate a better time frame. And we're crunched in because we have Pier Bridge construction starting. So we were very limited in terms of the timing options. So that's why we ended up coming in a little bit later than we had anticipated. At Cirque's request, we're trying to work as quickly as we can now because we understand there's a lot of work to do to prepare all the marketing packages, to negotiate all the agreements with the hotels and what have you. So there has been a lot of progress made on Cirque's side from requests from staff and from the peer board and from the Lessee Association.
I'm just trying to understand and believe me, I understand being in marketing that the timing issue, but if you kind of know that this is moving forward for all intents and purposes, right? I just worry that if you're saying we can't bring it back to you, then I don't understand, then we do need to have it come back to make sure that everything we're saying is being put in there. I think my biggest concern is you're saying we're just saying, let's enter into negotiations, fine, but we clearly have some specific asks that we want to respect that were brought up this evening with Mr. Harris, but the question is that selection committee and or the peer board going to be involved in this next week or 2 with this license agreement or no? Who's going to be involved in that now? It's just city staff.
So staff.
Yes, staff.
Right, so
upon the direction that you're providing us tonight to incorporate.
okay, so it feels like it is imperative that we give the direction to be specific, but that in order to confirm that it's going to be in there, are you just saying, take our word for it, what you say is going to be in there?
As we typically do. I mean,
Yeah.
that's our standard process.
And if it's not, when it comes back, I mean, what's the recourse on that if we forget something?
If we start negotiating and we're not making progress based on council direction, then we'll have to terminate negotiations. We wouldn't proceed with a partner who we couldn't realize the direction that council gave us.
Right.
I've never been in a position where I've been negotiating a contract and haven't been able to meet council's direction, so I can't say that I've ever had to walk away from an agreement like that, but that's what we would do.
Okay. And then lastly, just the other comment I wanted to make was making sure that regardless of union or not, we're encompassing the hotels that are nearby, because a lot of the boutique hotels are not union because they're smaller. And I don't want to exclude anyone because we accept all the businesses that are in Santa Monica regardless. And so I just hope that we're really reaching out to both small, medium, and big, all size businesses to give everybody an opportunity to share in, the money to be made from this event, hopefully, and the success of it. And then are we giving direction then at this point?
No, I'm going to ask a couple of questions also. So are you done? Oh, no.
No.
Mayor Davis.
No, I didn't have questions, sorry.
Okay. So I had a number of questions, and I'd like to go through a few of them. First, can you bring the parking lot map back up? If we're concerned, if I'm reading this map properly, if we're concerned about access to the pier and making sure that merchants on the pier and restaurateurs have a chance for more business, my question is, why isn't the Cirque du Soleil area flush east instead of flush west?
I will let,
I would have to get back to you on
yeah.
that, sir.
My understanding is the transformer that powers the area is westerly, but
Because if you look at the map and you still want people to easily be able to get onto the Santa Monica Pier, you would think that you still want people to park at that western edge so they can either go up to the stairs to the pier, access the pier, access the disabled elevator as well, and get to that area. So I'm sort of concerned that where the public will be able to park is the back of the lot. And that seems, for many people, it would appear as if it's a long way to the entrance of the pier.
it is
So-
the footprint that they've had in the past as well. So, but I'm not sure specifically that area.
I think
why.
there was, I remember once going to a Cirque du Soleil event. I think I've been to every one that's been at the pier since they've started. And I think the first couple of times, people could still park at the western edge to look at the sunset, go down to the beach right there, or up to the pier. So I'm a little bit concerned when I see that, because you have the Deauville lot where they could put some of their staging, and you have the back of that parking lot where if they move flush back, people, as soon as they came in through the gates of the parking, could either go to the front because they're on their way to the pier, or onto the beach, or if they're going to Cirque du Soleil, I don't think they're going to have a problem parking further back. That way, I think we accommodate both needs.
I am unsure if the floor plan as presented, if they have the ability to change. I think not, because we were also asking them to.
Can I ask the
Sure.
gentleman? And you don't look like one of the hosts. I haven't seen you up on the silks or anything.
I always say I'm one of the clowns.
Okay.
No, but I can certainly have our draftsman take another look at what you're asking. That's
Yeah,
no problem.
because I want to make sure that the beach and the pier don't seem like they're blocked off from public access. And I know the pier already has concerns, but I looked at that map and I went, the Deauville lot could be used for some of your trucks that are not also dressing rooms, not moving every minute. And because I know they all stay on premises. But maybe we could move back and allow people a better opportunity to get to Pacific Park, to get to Camacho's, to get to some of the other places. Next question would be, I know that Cirque now brings restaurants in. And one of the pier issues has been now that Cirque has a complete food court restaurant space that they incorporate, how do patrons also patronize the pier and the restaurants on the pier? If they're kept in a hermetically sealed area.
I mean, we do have a standard concession stand kind of area and a VIP area where they do serve some food, yes, but it's a very small operation and it's not a long time. I don't feel like people typically eat dinner there. But
Even the VIP, I forgot what it's called.
it's not meant for that, no.
Okay, because are you incorporating local cafes, restaurants in your floor plan for that food service?
No, it's our own operation that we run everywhere.
Okay. Next question is Cirque. I can't remember anymore. I used to represent a couple of your hosts a long time ago. But is Cirque union or non-union?
We always try and support the unions where we can, yes.
I didn't ask that. Are you a union or non-union shop?
I apologize. I'd have to get back to you on that. I can get you that answer in minutes, but I don't know that as far as exactly what part is union and not union. No, by chance? I'd have to get that for you.
Okay. A question that I had about the Pacific Park. I know that I hear that negotiations are not proceeding well. how do you, especially if we can't come back to city council because of time constraints, how do we make sure, or can you reach an agreement with the representative from Pacific Park, go outside for a few minutes, see if you can come up with something that'll work for both of you? Because we're concerned, obviously, about Pacific Park. We're concerned about having patrons visit both during the winter and making sure that they don't go Cirque du Soleil, get in their car and leave.
I mean, what we've offered in the RFP is what we're willing to do, which is allow people on our website, when they purchase a ticket, to add on a park pass. That's what we've offered.
Are you going to have signage that points the way to the pier in Pacific Park and encourages your patrons to also visit other Santa Monica restaurants, shops, Pacific Park, the Rock Shop, whatever it may be?
Yes, we will provide all that signage. Yes. And those are things I think we've talked about working through. We can absolutely do that.
And lastly, so talk to me about the bounce back ticket.
So what the idea was that when people go to purchase a ticket, we can add on the option to purchase the park pass. That's what we've offered to do. Whenever somebody goes, we'll also use our social media pages and other things to drive people to the pier and to the other businesses there as well. That's what we've offered. What was presented to us was a significant add-on to the ticket price that would include that, with the people not having the option. That's what we cannot do.
Okay. Let's go to direction or comments. And Ms. Davis, you're up.
Thank you. I want to make a couple of comments, and the first comment I want to make is, obviously, this council has adopted economic development as one of its key priorities. And I think one of the things that's really important as part of economic development is having these major attractions in Santa Monica that will bring people to Santa Monica, so that some of the people, who I believe falsely try and sell a narrative that Santa Monica, is akin to the hellhole from Buffy the Vampire Slayer. People will come here, they will have a good time, they will be safe, and they will say, gee, those people are wrong, Santa Monica is a great place to come. So I think there is a natural impetus for people to return if we get them to come for Cirque du Soleil and they go, wow, I had a great time, I'm going back to Santa Monica. The second thing is, I think that this is one of those instances where we really need to look at the situation holistically. And that's not to say we want to ignore any particular business or any particular issue, but the question isn't what effect will it have at this point in time on this particular business, but what will be the overall net effect to the city's economy. And obviously, the suggestion is that it will be a very positive effect on the city's economy. And so I think we need to take, that sort of more holistic approach as we think about this. The third thing, and this is very specific, but I want to mention, is the traffic plan. I think we all agree that traffic will be a concern when you have people coming to a timed event. Everyone will come for the 3:00 show or the 7:00 show. You'll have a lot of people, although we will hope that through the marketing, some people may come early because they want to grab lunch or dinner in Santa Monica, or maybe just spend the day on the beach. So it won't be quite like, say, perhaps the opera or something where everyone descends. Maybe we can encourage people to spread themselves out naturally. But one of the things I've been advocating for is that we really start to think about large events in general. I mean, obviously, Cirque is one of those, the Food and Wine Show. Freeze is another one out at the airport, and looking down the road at the World Cup, CONCACAF, and of course the Olympics in 2028. And so I would hope, one of the things that we've done in the past, which I think in all honesty has been a mistake, is we'll say, okay, Cirque's coming, let's do a traffic plan, and it only relates to Cirque. And then what happens, bless you, is when another big event comes, it's, we have to do a traffic plan, and it only relates to that big event. It seems to me that this is an opportunity to start to develop more holistic traffic plans about the whole city. For example, identifying reservoirs of parking that aren't next door to the pier, but where we could park people and then figure out how do we get people from those reservoirs of parking to the pier, whether it's using the circuit type shuttles or maybe we get more pedicabs, whatever it is. The point is, I think rather than have this traffic plan be a one-off relating specifically to Cirque, although some of it will, we really as a city need to think about how are we going to move people around this city when big events come and the pier lot's being used or the pier deck is being used or whether it's the airport. I mean, I just think that this is an opportunity that shouldn't be missed to begin to try and exercise those muscles about parking. So, oh, bless you, Councilmember Terrosis. So anyway, what... We hope it comes in threes. So, and I do want to take into account, obviously, the concerns of the businesses on the pier, and what's going on. So with that, I would make a motion that we adopt the staff recommendation of finding of categorical exemption pursuant to section 15301 of CEQA and authorize the city manager to negotiate and execute a license agreement with Cirque du Soleil to use a portion of Lot 1N from October 1, 2024 to January 24, 2025 with the following directions. One, that the city manager negotiate a very specific traffic plan with Cirque du Soleil, but that traffic plan include provisions that can be used for other large events. Two, that the city manager negotiate to the maximum extent possible that there be synergy between Cirque and businesses on the pier and actually throughout the entire city, including certainly signage, as Cirque has promised to do, but also some joint marketing, whether it's a bounce back or whether it's the sort of thing like bring a ticket, get a free drink sort of thing or whatever, but look for maximum synergy between the businesses on the pier and Cirque and actually for businesses throughout the city. Three, that, as Mr. Harris suggested in his comments, that the stakeholder groups be involved throughout the process so that they can be consulted with should there be issues in the negotiations about what is and is not going to work for everyone. And four, specifically, that with regards to local hire, that the city manager, to the greatest extent possible, negotiate metrics relating both to sheer numbers and to diversity, equity, inclusion goals within the city so that the local hires will fall within the council priority of making sure that we promote diversity, equity, and inclusion.
Can you make a friendly amendment?
Well, first, the motion needs a second.
Is that your motion?
That's my motion.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second that.
There is a second.
Can I make a friendly amendment?
I also have one. Let's turn to discussion. The first person in the queue is Mayor Pro Tem Negrete.
I just wanted to be a little bit more specific with a couple things, if you're open to it, as the maker and seconder. Just taking specifically what Mr. Harris had presented in terms of executing that parking and traffic management, that we're also looking at safe transportation for pier business employees to their vehicles if it's after hours. Is that something you're open to adding in a specific direction, Mayor Councilmember Davis?
Yeah, that would be friendly to me as a maker.
So that we're looking at.
Well, you need to find out if it's friendly to the seconder as well.
It's friendly as well.
Yeah, so not just Cirque du Soleil visitors, but also that this traffic plan address employees of the pier as well, and taking into account the number of employees working on the pier, the hours of operation, and safe travel to their vehicles. And then the other friendly amendment was just to add in there, hopefully, that the representatives of the Santa Monica Pier Corp staff and Santa Monica Pier Lessee Association be included in weekly operational meetings with the city staff and the representatives of Cirque du Soleil.
That's already part of the motion, I said, according to the request of Mr. Harris.
And then that the city staff will meet with the Pier Corp Board of Directors in public meetings shortly after the first week of Cirque du Soleil. I think this goes back to what we were talking about. Is there time to be able to consult with them first?
Yeah, and that was also part of the motion because that was something I included in my motion, the stakeholder involvement per Mr. Harris's recommendations.
Okay. The only thing it sounds like we left out is just the future exclusion of Christmas Eve through New Year's Day when using beach lot 1550.
Right, but this
outside the
is
scope of
this is directing the city manager to negotiate with Cirque. He's not going to negotiate with Cirque that in the future we not use the 1550 lot over the holidays.
So if you guys are open to just adding that part with the traffic management plan, making sure that the employees get to their cars safely and that we're taking into account the employees on the pier, hours of operation for them.
This is the second amendment?
No, that was
Or
one
is it still
friendly.
part of the same friendly?
No, it's a friendly amendment, and that was approved by both the maker and the seconder. And for the record, that was sort of part of the whole integrated traffic plan idea. It wasn't just about getting people to Cirque. It's about how do we move people throughout the city when we have big events, which would, of course, include the employees of Cirque, of the pier businesses, and it would include people who are visiting the pier without going to Cirque.
Yeah, that's it.
Councilmember Zwick.
I'll keep it brief because I know we're now kind of getting down to the fine points here. I'll just say that it sounds to me like the entire council is excited to have Cirque and the economic benefits it'll bring the city. It's a world-renowned attraction, and it has enjoyed a long and fruitful partnership with our city, and I, for one, would like to see it continue. I think it's worth underlining what Councilmember Davis said, which is that every attraction will bring visitors and dollars to our city, but of course each event is unique, and those benefits won't be distributed entirely equally depending on the attraction, when it is, and what it might be competing with. I think all of us up here as well care about making sure the concerns of the pier lessees are taken seriously in these ensuing negotiations. And I, for one, at least trust that staff will accommodate all of them of which are feasible to still making this happen. So, thank you.
Councilmember Terosas.
Yeah, I would just say that I support the motion. However, I'm still concerned based on past performance that if we don't put some of these terms in the license agreement itself, they're not going to be adhered to. So I just want to ensure that your intent and everyone's understanding here that what Councilmember Davis has put forward and Councilmembers Wick have seconded will be included in the license agreement. And then I would just add, to the extent feasible, which I hate to say that because I'm aggravated by the vagueness that we're coming out with here, but on the local hire piece, is there any way to actually commit to a number or percentage of local folks hired? Or we're just going to say we're committed to local hire?
I specifically asked for metrics.
Oh, okay.
In my motion, I specifically asked for metrics, both in terms of local hire generally and also in terms of DEI accomplishments.
Okay, and then any small business subcontracting, can we add that?
Is that a friendly amendment?
I read in the previous report that there were small businesses or businesses that were used as like subs. So am I incorrect in saying that you use?
Yes, we definitely have engaged in the past with doing different events and things and doing other events to engage the.
But I guess what I'm asking is like, do you go to like Sodexo to get all of your plastic I'm just trying to figure out who are your subcontractors who's putting up the tent, for example.
Yeah, we'll source all of that locally.
Okay, that's what I want to make sure. So that would be a friendly amendment that we commit to metrics on local and small business utilization.
All right, so it would still be a commitment to local hire and DEI with metrics, and we would include small businesses. That's a friendly amendment.
Okay.
Is that friendly to the seconder?
And I hope that while not part of the motion, just in my last comment, I would say, let's make sure that we have some sort of economic impact analysis that we can stand behind on this iteration, because I hope that we have many more events, and with the Olympics coming, et cetera, I think this is not going to be the last we hear these complaints. I think it's really important to study the impact so that we can have the correct information on a going forward basis. The last report was from 2010.
Councilmember, Mayor Pro Tem Negretti.
Sorry, I do have one question and it might be included when you say staff. Is this taking into account like PD overtime? Is this going to impact OT for PD on the pier or the pier task force? I know there's security, but I would imagine that PD is impacted. Maybe. Are they or are they not?
Well, PD will be part of the event planning so that they will pay for all services, city staff services from RR to PD services that are used because of the event.
So if there's an overtime impact, it's directly paid for by CDS?
If there's if they need to hire officers or fire marshals, that would again be a cost of their event that's borne solely by Cirque.
Right. I guess I'm just asking how that impacts the city with OT. Like if you're saying they're hiring, like, is that going to impact the city's bottom line in terms of officers readily available for overtime?
No, we don't anticipate that it will, a ripple effect would be that PD would have to put officers in overtime. If they are needed to be hired to support this event, then Cirque would pay for them like, they would for a film permit, for example.
Yeah, which would probably be overtime because
Which would be overtime on their dime, yeah. But that's specific to.
I just wonder because we hear about overtime all the time, so I was just curious.
Yeah, so the city wouldn't have to cover that. It would be paid for by the venue.
And just putting it out there that we think about how it impacts the peer task force. If I don't know how this is going to impact the vending and all that kind of stuff. Just if you guys have had those conversations. Okay, that's it.
So I still want to see, I will support the motion by Councilmember Davis, but I'm concerned that the parking area, that we give serious consideration to switching the parking arrangement, as I said, that we move it back. And secondly, that we have a real honest commitment to working with our businesses, and that's on the pier in the area as well. I love Cirque du Soleil coming to Santa Monica. I appreciate it. I also want to make sure that we mitigate any negative effects that could be on the businesses at the pier who have appealed to us several times over the last couple of weeks for assistance. But that is also, as Councilmember Davis also mentioned, making sure we have a great parking plan, that we encourage the cars not to all flood that 1550 lot, that we encourage parking off premises in our downtown, out of our downtown, because that will allow people to see our city as well. So, I'm a little bit concerned that if we're going to try and every show jam all the cars onto the pier, I think that's a mistake.
Maybe we should just get people to take Expo.
Well, we hope a lot of them will, right? That's easy transportation down. So, are there any other comments? Anyone else in the queue? There is not. So, Susan, or Doug, can you read the motion again?
I think it'd be better if Councilmember Davis.
I can restate the motion.
Okay, thanks, because I didn't write it down, and I know our acting city clerk didn't either.
All right, so I move the staff recommendation, which included adopting a finding of categorical exemption pursuant to Section 15301 of CEQA, and to authorize the city manager to negotiate and execute a license agreement with Cirque du Soleil to use a portion of Lot 1N from October 1, 2024 to January 24, 2025 with the following directions. One, that they develop an integrated traffic plan per friendly amendment that would include not just traffic going to and from Cirque du Soleil or the pier or the downtown area, but also executing or adopting part of a traffic safety that would allow for employees of pier businesses and business people patronizing the pier, but not necessarily going to Cirque for to be able to safely return. However, pursuant to the traffic plan. Two, that the city manager be directed to maximize the synergies and potential synergies and actual synergies between Cirque du Soleil and the pier businesses and other businesses throughout the city, including signage directing Cirque patrons to the pier, maximizing opportunities for joint marketing, which may or may not include opportunities for people to contribute, if you show your Cirque ticket, get a free drink, that sort of thing. Three, that all the stakeholder involvement per Mr. Harris's request be adopted so that all the peer stakeholders will be involved at various points throughout the negotiation, and also to the extent there are after action reports once Cirque is installed, for example, after the first month. Four, that there be a local hire direction as well as a direction to use local small businesses, and that there be metrics established established so that we know if those goals are being met, and that they not just include metrics for local hire and small business, but they also include diversity, equity, and inclusion goals as well.
Second.
No, it's already been seconded.
Oh, sorry, you were reading it.
Okay. We need a roll call vote for this.
Can we?
And thank you for restating the motion very succinctly, Councilmember.
Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
Councilmember Terrosis?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Parra?
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick?
Yes.
Mayor Brock?
Yes. The motion passes 7-0.
And Mayor Brock, before we adjourn the special joint meeting, I just need to state for the record that the council received no payment for sitting as the redevelopment successor agency during this meeting.
Now we're here. We're here. Here, you can look at mine. We have the same one. So now we're going to item 6.
Now we're going to item 9, public input.
Yes, item 6, public input on remaining agenda items. Public comment is permitted on ordinances for introduction and first reading. No public discussion is permitted on ordinances for reading and, second reading and adoption.
Is there anyone in the queue?
Yes, there is. We have 5 speakers. I'll call them. First we have, and I apologize, I'm not going to pronounce this correctly, I'm sure, but is it B or Bia Nemlaha? I'm sorry. Denise Barton and Andrew Thomas.
Good evening, B.
Good evening, council members. B. Nemlaha, Ocean Park. It's a pleasure to greet you all and appear before you. I seldom attend council meetings in person, and when I do, it is usually to express concerns about the direction our city is headed or on some similar issue. But tonight, I'm here to personally thank former Mayor Davis and Mayor Pro Tem Negrete for placing on the agenda a promising future for our landmark Civic Auditorium. A future for this city treasure as a reopened performing arts and cultural center owned by the residents of Santa Monica is a promise we should keep for our next generations. Mayor Brock observed that our city is a city of artists, and indeed it is, and it deserves a center for the arts, as it has had in the past. So I want to thank you all, council members, for taking up this item and hopefully unanimously supporting the proposal that is on your agenda as item 16A.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker.
Good evening, Denise Barton on item 16A. First, let me say how happy I am to hear that the city is going to retain ownership of the Civic Center. I also agree with the way you're trying to refurbish the Civic Center and get shows and events happening at that location. In addition, I do hope you will consider Save Our City's proposed recommendation. I would think they'd bring a lot to the table. Along with Brian Wilson and John Densmore, experience in the music industry will be a big benefit. And just think of all the acts that they may be able to influence to play here in Santa Monica, in addition to the benefit it will bring other businesses in the community. So once again, I encourage you to follow through with this action and be open to what Save the City's proposal will be. Because if you can make it a destination spot again, it can bring so many new people to all parts of the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barton.
Next, we have Andrew Thomas.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, city staff. Andrew Thomas with Downtown Santa Monica, Inc., here to speak on item 16B, which is the item to extend the amount of free parking in our city downtown structures from 90 minutes to 3 hours on December 22nd, 23rd, and 24th. My board has not taken a position on this item, so I can't give you our specific endorsement, but I can say that I believe this item falls within our general scope and mission of supporting our local businesses and doing what we can to improve our parking experience. I also believe this will be a very nice incentive for our visitors, for our residents, and for our local businesses. And if this item does move forward, I can commit DTSM resources to promote this free parking during this period of time to the fullest extent possible. Thank you.
And that was the last speaker?
No.
Thank you, Andrew.
We have two more speakers, Ann Bowman and Cheryl Kushner.
I didn't get anyone.
Hey, good evening, Council. I'm Ann Bowman. I'm a 27-year resident and just wanted to speak tonight as a resident in support of item 16A. I've been here before speaking with you about the Civic Auditorium and this just the prospect of bringing it back to our community, I think is both just something that would be so important from a civic standpoint, but also it's squarely in line with your goal of more economic development in our city. So I'm excited to get going. And so in this season of gratitude, I just want to say thank you, immediate past Mayor Davis and Mayor Pro Tem Negrete, for putting this on the agenda, and hopefully we'll see unanimous support tonight for it. And Mayor Brock, inspired by your earlier words, I just want to say, wow, what an incredible opportunity may be before us. So thank you and happy holidays.
And last, Ms. Kushner.
Cheryl Kushner, I'm speaking on behalf of the steering committee of Save the Civic. Yesterday, an email was sent to all of you, but you may not have had a chance to read it, so I'm going to read it now. Dear honorable council members, Save the Civic was formed with two simple goals: to restore and revitalize Santa Monica's Civic Auditorium as a world-class venue for the performing and musical arts, and to keep this landmark treasure in the hands of Santa Monica residents. We have been heartened by the hundreds of residents, artists, musicians, educators, and luminaries who have joined us in this mission. We are writing today to express our strong support for item 16A, which outlines a timely process to move the civic project forward. We are grateful to, it was then Mayor Davis and Mayor Pro Tem Negrete, for bringing this proposal to council and hope it will get unanimous support. We look forward to working to restore this cultural icon so our community and other communities can enjoy it for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kushner. Does that conclude public comment?
Yes, that was our last speaker.
Ah, good. So let's move on to 10A.
Ordinances, public comment is permitted on ordinances for introduction and first reading. No public discussion is permitted on ordinances for second reading and adoption. In accordance with Charter Section 615, the adoption of all ordinances and resolutions shall be by reading of title only unless a council member present dissents. Item 10A, introduction and first reading of an ordinance amending Santa Monica Municipal Code Section 4.85.020 related to lobbyist registration and reporting requirements.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor Brock and council members. I'm Maria Dakanai, analyst for the City Clerk's Office, and before you is an update to the city's lobbyist regulations, codifying a new electronic filing process. The city's net file system used for electronically filing campaign disclosure and statement of economic interest statements came out with a lobbyist registration module, and we leveraged the system to assist with the lobbyist renewal period this past June. The system allows community members to easily search for lobbying activities instead of manually searching PDFs and spreadsheets. It eliminates the need for lobbyists to download, print, and submit forms and reduces data entry for their amendments. And lastly, it creates efficiencies for our staff as someone would have to manually post forms online and re-enter the same information in the spreadsheet for reporting purposes. Since launching the lobbyist module, the city's 25 plus lobbyists have electronically renewed registrations and submitted 50 amendments so far without major issues. And also, we have not heard of any issues from anyone having problems navigating through the system. And so we recommend that council approve to introduce and hold a first reading of this amendment. This ends my presentation, and the Assistant City Clerk and I are available for questions.
Are there any questions of staff? I see no one in the queue, but get in the queue if you want to speak. We're good? Let's move to discussion. No questions of staff. Is there anyone who?
I'm ready to make a motion.
Perfect.
Okay. I move the staff recommendation to introduce the first reading of the ordinance and adopt a finding of no possibility of significant effect under CEQA.
Second.
Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion
I'm sorry,
and a
who was-
second.
I'm sorry, who was the second?
Mayor Pro Tem Negretti.
Okay. Councilmember Zwick?
Yes.
Councilmember Parr? Yes. Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete?
Yes.
Councilmember Terosas?
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
And Mayor Brock.
Yes, that motion passes unanimously.
Item 10B, introduction and first reading of an interim zoning ordinance extending interim zoning regulations adopted by interim zoning ordinance 2764 to amend the text of the zoning ordinance to 1, replace the term medical marijuana dispensary with medicinal cannabis retailer, 2, remove certain requirements for medicinal cannabis retailers for consistency with state law, and 3, permit medicinal cannabis retailers to deliver, cultivate, and sell adult use cannabis or adult use cannabis products to persons 21 years of age and older.
And I believe we have a staff report.
If you would like one.
Oh,
I'm not sure we need one.
I was like, again?
Would anyone like to make a motion?
Yeah, I'm happy to make a motion, given that we've had a significant discussion on this and give direction to staff to return with this item. I'm prepared to move the item.
Second. Oh.
We have a second by Para. Motion by Terosas.
Yes.
Councilmember Parra?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete?
Yes.
Councilmember Terosas?
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
And Mayor Brock.
Yes, that motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Moving along.
Item 16A, request of Mayor Davis and Mayor Pro Tem Negrete that the city manager should issue a public notice to solicit letters of interest for the revitalization of the Civic Auditorium. The city manager is being asked to prepare a public notice that shall indicate that the city will maintain ownership of the Civic Auditorium and will consider entering into a long-term lease. In addition, the public notice should indicate that the city is seeking letters of interest from individuals and/or entities that have the experience to operate the facility as a thriving entertainment and cultural arts venue, experience working with projects with landmark restrictions, and express intention to preserve the distinguishing historical landmark attributes of the facility to the greatest extent possible, and has the demonstrated financial wherewithal to operate the facility without any financial contribution from the city. And I just would like to note the title change from Mayor Davis to Councilmember Davis on this item.
Okay. Would you like to introduce this, former Mayor Davis or Mayor Pro Tem Negretti?
Well, I'll take a shot at it. How the mighty have fallen. I think, as everyone knows, and I'll be brief, is we did declare the Civic Auditorium subject to the Surplus Land Act. We did receive some interest, but the council rejected the proposals. One of the proposals that had been suggested, and we did receive one from the school district, but they indicated that at least at this point in time, they weren't prepared to move forward. We notified Housing and Community Development of that fact, and they have now certified that we have met all the requirements of the Surplus Land Act, which leaves it to the city now to determine what to do with the land. We know, at least there seem to be rumors, maybe that's the best way to characterize them in the city, that there is at least one group that is interested in making all of the necessary infrastructure improvements to the Civic as well as operating the Civic. But it seemed to me that while we certainly want to welcome their interest, that we should determine whether or not there is anyone else that is also willing to, pursuant to the terms set forth in this item, put forth a proposal to preserve all or part of the landmark attributes of the Civic, to maintain the city's ownership of the Civic, to use it as an entertainment and or cultural arts venue, and to, of course, propose a plan that would not require any financial contribution from the city, as we are not in a position to provide any. So that it is simply an attempt to solicit any and all interest in proposals that meet those criteria.
Mayor Pro Tem Negretti, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, just echoing that, as somebody who's been there to see Jackson Brown, the Eagles, and has performed in Stairway to the Stars, I hope that we can find somebody who can bring it back not only to its glory, but maybe to something even better. So this has been long awaited by the community. We had to go through a process, and now I'm just excited that we are here, and we hope that we don't just have one interested party, but that we have many that we get to choose from. So hopefully we'll get the support tonight.
Mayor Pro Tem Negretti, I have a question for you. Are you prepared to do your Stairway to the Stars performance
Absolutely.
again right
I will
now?
be playing Swans on the Lake. Let me get my violin out.
Thank you. Okay, can we have a motion?
I move the request of myself and Mayor Pro Tem Negretti.
Second.
There you go.
You have a speaker, Mayor.
I do. I apologize for that. Thank you for letting me know, council member. No, I don't.
Well, I was.
I do. I don't. I do.
You were
Once
calling
again,
on me. Yeah.
Councilmember Terosas.
No, I just wanted to thank both of you for coming forward with this. And I would say that, you know, one of the hallmarks of transparency is that we have an open, competitive process, right? So it would be not only inequitable, but wildly concerning if we were taking unsolicited proposals and then for such a landmark and not at least seeing, you know, all of the potential options out there. So I just really thank you for bringing this forward, and I'm fully prepared to support it this time.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, clerk?
I
Will you?
think we can do this by voice vote. There's no money involved. Is that correct? Getting a thumbs up from the city attorney's office.
Okay. All in favor of this motion?
Yeah.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? And I see that it passes 7-0.
Item 16B, request of Councilmember Brock, Mayor Pro Tem Negrete, and Councilmember De La Torre, the city manager extend the amount of free parking offered by the city and at its downtown parking garages from 90 minutes to 3 hours from December 22nd through December 24th to spur last-minute holiday shopping as a gift to our residents and visitors. And I just would like to note for the record the title change from Councilmember Brock to Mayor Brock.
Okay. Councilmember De La Torre or Negretti, do you wish to start?
You've been quiet over there.
You've been very quiet.
Yeah,
we need to get you involved.
No, I think this is a real positive gesture. Andrew from downtown Santa Monica Inc. sort of expressed, how this could be a way to promote, local, buy local. We want our small business, our local business to be supported in this holiday season. And we think, that it's a positive gesture. It's not, all day parking. We're only talking about, adding, really just like doubling the amount, of parking that's already free. So it's not a huge give back, but it's definitely a good gesture on our part for the holiday season to support our local businesses. And so I hope that we can support it and give everybody a little bit of a break during this holiday season.
And speaking to not just downtown Santa Monica, but as well Mesa Ridge, who this financially impacts as they manage parking lots, I believe 7 and 8. They were in full support. Again, while shopping is still, retail stores are still coming back on the promenade, there is dining, there is watching a movie, and for families who are, going down and enjoying the promenade or parking in the downtown area to go down to the pier, the 3 hours makes a difference. The biggest piece of this, though, is going to be making sure that we market this. And it's just yet another opportunity to incentivize people to come to the downtown area to shop. We were talking about doing all the things we can from here to promote shopping in our downtown area, supporting our buy local, and this is one of the small gestures that we can do in order to help our businesses out. May not seem like a big deal, but I can tell you, as a mom who unfortunately cannot take public transportation or a bike when I'm shopping and go back, after work on a strict time crunch with bags for families who the parking makes quite a big difference. When you're spending 4 hours, 5 hours doing all your shopping in one swoop, it can get pretty expensive. So I think it's worth the gesture that we're making, and it's just another opportunity for us to really get out there to the public, another way to market coming down to shop in Santa Monica.
Thank you. Councilmember Davis.
So I know when we did this in 2020, we calculated there was a loss to the city of approximately, I think it was $160,000. Do we have any estimate about what the loss here would be? $160,000.
Let's wait for staff to give us an answer.
Staff did a high-level analysis and estimates about a $30,000 loss in revenues for the 3 days, and then there are some nominal costs associated with marketing, putting up additional signage, and reprogramming the machines.
Okay. And then I guess my other question is with regards to those 3 particular days, I mean, that's what's in the motion. Have we given, I guess not, because this is a 16 item, maybe this is to the makers, did they give any other thoughts to something else that might not encourage parking, since parking means people are in cars, which means they are driving here, causing traffic, polluting the environment. Was there some thought given to other promotional, if we're going to have $30,000, could we give $30,000 to downtown Santa Monica to do more programming, for example, free hot chocolate on the promenade, or, some sort of events like carolers going up and down the promenade that would make it a more pleasant shopping experience. I'm just wondering why we're sort of focused on parking, because I remember in the old days, people used to say, well, wait a minute, in Beverly Hills, you get 2 hours free parking, and at Century City, you get 3 hours free parking. Well, you still do get 2 hours in Beverly Hills, but we give 90 minutes free, and now Century City's down to an hour. So we're certainly within the competitive sweet spot for parking, free parking. So I'm just wondering if there was some thought given to something else that might draw people to the promenade in terms of the shopping ambiance that wouldn't include traffic and pollution.
Can I answer that?
Councilmember Zwick.
I guess, are we in discussion? Is that acceptable? I have comments.
It's sort of mixed.
Okay. Well, I have to say that I share the intention with the makers to do everything we can to benefit our downtown businesses. I have to say that I'm skeptical that this particular action will. And I guess I'll just want to add for the record that this isn't just conjecture or vibes. There was similar effort was made in 2020, and the city did this for a longer period of time, and then they studied it afterwards and wrote a report about it. And I just wanted to enter a few things that were written in that report. In December of 2020, the city of Santa Monica implemented free parking in a longer period of free parking in the downtown lots. It was enabled at parking structures 1 through 6, but as means of a natural experiment, the paid parking was maintained at the same rates in structures 7 and 8. And then the city studied what happened as a result. The conclusion was interesting. Despite offering more free parking in structures 1 through 6, actually the paid structures 7 and 8 had just as much, if not at times more parking. And the conclusion from the study was that parker behavior was largely driven by nearby amenities and attractions. Essentially, people park close to places they wanted to go, and less so by the benefit of the free parking. That's the program that was a longer period of time, and therefore the losses were estimated more at $130,000, but that was over a longer period of time. One thing I do fear as an unintended consequence of this policy is that while it may not incentivize people to come. It could very well incentivize it being harder for people to park, because while the studies seem to show that people are not terribly cost sensitive when it comes to choosing to park, they are sensitive to convenience. If there's no turnover in parking spots, there's less places for people to park, and some may not as a result. Just to quote from the Santa Monica parking manager, at the time we last did this in 2020, his assessment was, and I quote, free parking devalues the inventory. Parkers are more location sensitive than price sensitive. Paid parking helps to manage the supply and to manage effective turnover for nearby businesses. When merchants say there isn't enough parking, that it's always full, reevaluate your rates to create turnover. One thing that I would hope this council would consider perhaps in the future, and obviously this is made more complicated by the Coastal Commission and other factors, but I hope we would look at the concept of dynamic pricing as one policy that would go a long way to solve this. Essentially using technology to make it more expensive to park when lots are full and cheaper to park when lots are empty, thereby ensuring that there is always parking available, but that we're maximizing the revenue that we can get as a city. But that, of course, is for another day. Despite everything I've just said, and what I believe are the overwhelming evidence against supporting this policy, because I don't believe it will, in fact, support the businesses we are all eager to support in the spirit of Christmas and Mayor Brock's first meeting, I will nonetheless support it.
Councilmember Terosas.
Okay, so I had, I think, similar concerns in looking at the previous parking study. From my understanding, there was a loss of over 130,000. Is that because is a longer period of time? Okay, I just wanted to clarify that.
It's a longer time, but I don't.
Okay, and I think that you look at that study, you look at other studies, you'll find that actually making it free doesn't necessarily incentivize more traffic. So I understand what we're trying to do. I appreciate that the business community supports it. I'm going to support it. I do think in the future it would be good to evaluate the impact of this decision so that we can get a clear analysis going forward. So I don't know, I guess I would just ask if folks if staff or the makers of the motion are willing to at least do an after action review on this to see, did this have an appreciable impact around the holiday time of driving more business activity and more folks to the parking structures? I would be interested in having that information after the fact.
Is that a friendly amendment?
Yeah.
Oh, no motion yet.
Okay.
So,
well, I guess first
when you make the motion, or when I make the motion,
it's
whoever,
not my item, but I would
then
offer
we'll
that
ask
as
that.
something
We'll be
I'm
glad to include that.
Okay, because I think it's important that we make database decisions. And to Councilmember Davis's point, if the money might be better spent incentivizing foot traffic through other means, I would like to know that information.
Councilmember Parra.
Thank you, the three of you, for bringing this forward, because studies have shown that the biggest shopping days are December 22nd through the 24th. And as a mother of three, before being on city council, I did not want to shop in Santa Monica because I had to pay for parking every single place I went. I didn't have the luxury of grabbing my three kids and my packages and throwing them on my bike, or jumping on the train, or going on a bus, because I had to do my errands in between soccer practice, volleyball, music, and the other. And so I would drive to Culver City to be able to, because I don't have to pay for parking there. So then I can drop off a kid, I can go there, I could shop, I don't have to pay for parking. And so these types of things for people like me, and I'm sure there's a lot of people out there that are like me, do take into consideration time. And if I have to pay for parking, $5, $7 may not mean a lot to some people on this dais, but to people like me that have a family of 3 kids, but 6 people living in my household, $5 means a lot. And especially during Christmas shopping time, when it's the biggest time shopping during the year, this is a gift that we're giving people and our businesses in the community, and you heard from them, they want it. I don't know why we're having this debate about doing this for a couple days. I mean, couple days, people. Come on. Really, a couple days. Thank you for bringing this forward. I support it.
Councilmember, Mayor Pro Tem Negretti, Vice Mayor Negretti.
So I know we use every opportunity up here to point out, our beliefs about certain things, and I understand Councilmember Zwick, Councilmember Davis, the idea of using public transportation versus vehicles is always at top of mind, and I appreciate that for all the reasons that you support it as it pertains to the environment. But I do just want to point out, as Councilmember Parra just pointed out, and I did earlier, that these are luxuries and conversations. I just want to take this time to point out that only certain communities have the luxury of being able to take part in. And I just think we should be mindful. We talk all the time about diversity, equity, inclusion. I'm going to bring it up again. Not everybody has the ability, because they don't live in a space where they can own an electric bike that's more feasible for going from place to place quickly. Maybe you live in an apartment, you can't fit it inside, you don't have a secure carport where it won't get stolen and can be kept. Maybe you have children, maybe you have multiple jobs, maybe you have places you need to go to and from. And so riding a bike, taking the bus, these are things that take longer. And while that may seem simple to certain communities, we're not there yet. We're just not at that place yet. So this is simply just offering an extra hour and a half. We talk constantly about how many open spaces there are in the parking lots and how we should not be worried about taking parking lots down, but yet now all of a sudden we're contradicting that comment and saying, we don't know, we think people are going to park too long, and now we're not going to have enough parking spaces. So I don't think that's the case. In terms of, should we have taken this money out of one department and handed out maybe coupons for free hot chocolate or some other way to use the $30,000 or whatever it ends up being, the discussion was not, hey, let's see where we can move money from one department to another. I mean, we sit here and talk about the budget all the time, and it's like Sophie's choice. It was just, this was one way that seemed, although a little bit costly, not so costly, a drop in the bucket in comparison. And maybe we will in turn see more sales in the city, people hanging out longer, maybe they'll eat dinner, maybe they'll catch a show, because it's more than just $5. It ends up being $20-something at the end of the day. 2020 is the data that we keep pulling from. That was the first year of the pandemic. And in December of 2020, nobody was celebrating Christmas like we're getting back to now. And so I don't think that those were good numbers to pull from. That data is from the first year of the COVID pandemic. So probably not a good comparison. So we just want to offer, we talk a lot about, supporting small business, and this is just one way to do it. We talk a lot about driving people to the downtown area. This is another way to do it. If people end up going to the ice skating rink because now they've got an extra 90 minutes, well, then so be it. I'm happy that we can do something up here on the dais to do that. So I just want to point out, though, that every time we talk about using public transportation, it is just not feasible often during the holidays when you have multiple bags and you've got to get to and from. Not everybody has the luxury of time and space to be able to spend an hour commuting on public transportation. So,
Councilmember Delatorre.
I move the item with the also with the suggestion that we do an after action review to study the impact. I think we should even look at, I mean, I won't make it part of the motion, but just we should look at free parking for residents at the beach parking lot someday. But anyway, we'll leave that for another time. But I just want to move the item with the after action review.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. I haven't had a chance to, Councilmember Zwick.
I would just want to state quickly for the record that not only am I supporting this, but I wasn't suggesting that anyone take any mode of transportation that they want or can't or would otherwise not do. I was simply referencing a study that actually compares parking structures within the same year. It looked at parking structures that had initiated more free parking versus other structures nearby that had not. And it showed no appreciable difference in whether people chose to park in one versus the other. There were no more people that the free parking drew in parking structures 1 through 6 versus parking structures 7 and 8. So the point was not to say, oh, parking was less in the pandemic or more or something, because it wasn't a comparison between years. It was actually a comparison between parking lots in the same year. And I just wanted to point it out that people parked in the parking lot close to where they wanted to go, not where the parking was more free.
Okay, I'd like to take a turn in the queue. One, lots 7 and 8 were busier because there was a concentration of 70 or 80 stores that people could shop at without walking a long distance because of the pandemic. So that's the reason people still use those two. They weren't walking long distances on the promenade. They were trying to go directly where they would go shop. The closer concentration of stores was right there. Secondly, at that time, we did completely free parking. That was my motion 3 years ago, but it was free, and the pay gates were closed. In this case, we're actually restoring parking back to 1965 prices, or 1975 prices or so, and it's only for 3 days. What we're hoping is we don't lose any money on this, because you have to look at it. It's not always about parking. It's also about sales tax. It's about the revenue we get from, as the Mayor Pro Tem said, the ice skating rink, the movie theaters, the fact that someone can go see a movie in Santa Monica then and get out without paying any extra money. And that will be a blessing for those families who we want to come downtown. We want them to shop and play and eat and feel Christmas joy. Now, I would hope DTSM is doing hot chocolate and carolers anyway, the 3 days before Christmas. I would hope that would be just part of their marketing plan. So I propose this because I go to other cities throughout LA County. And there are cities that have covered their parking meters for a week, week and a half, 2 weeks before Christmas. And I just think it's lovely. It is a blessing that means I can go to breakfast and we can walk the street and look to see if there's anything that Kathy or I want to purchase. And some cities do it with bows and covers over their parking meters saying Happy Holidays from the Downtown Merchants Association, et cetera. I think that's lovely. We can't always do this. And yeah, in 2016-17, we wouldn't need to, because there were traffic jams of people trying to get into our downtown area, and we had to have community service personnel and parking personnel in the middle of our streets directing traffic. Unfortunately, we no longer have that problem. So I want people, yes, to use Big Blue Bus, use the Circuit, use the Metro, but there's a lot of people who can't and will come downtown. And those 3 days, it may be negligible, but you know what it will do? It'll make up for it in goodwill. People will say, wow, Santa Monica cares about shoppers, Santa Monica cares about residents, and Santa Monica cares about visitors. And to me, that's worth it. So if there's no other comments, can we move the item forward?
We already did. Motion.
No, I know it's moved. I wanted to see them. Can we call for a roll?
Can we do a voice vote on this?
Well, there is money involved.
Can we do, no, we can't. There's money. We have to do a roll call.
Councilmember De La Torre.
With the amendment.
With the amendment, yes.
Councilmember Terrosis?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Parr?
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick?
Yes.
And Mayor Brock?
Yes. Thank you so much. That concludes our business this evening at the ripe age of 9:54 p.m. Are there any in memoriams tonight? And I see none. So we are adjourned. Thank you so much for watching, listening, attending. Our next meeting is next Tuesday night, December 19th, 5:30 p.m. in these chambers. We hope you tune in. Thank you and good night.